what I was thinking. I forgot what I was gonna say, and I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm tired. I
You weren't
can't. I
saying
got
much
home.
anyway. You were saying it was random shit. I don't think I'm not interested. I'm not mistaken. Have you had anything to drink tonight?
Sorry?
I was asking Butterkill here if he was like drinking or something.
Boricua?
No,
No.
I don't. Hi, everybody. My name is Gucci. It's nice to meet all of y'all. Hope y'all are having a pleasant, wonderful day.
Absolutely, that's good.
Thank you.
No, I don't drink. My name is Gucci because it's my favorite music.
Gucci, are you a little bit special or what?
No, my mama says I'm special, but I'm not special. I'm unique.
So we were, sorry guys, thank you so much for joining. So what were you saying really quick, Boricua, about finish what you were saying?
So the name change, basically what you said is you go to the courts and we do it within the courts. Why not get them done through the church? Why not get the name change done through the church instead of in their jurisdictions? You cannot get a name change through the church. You have to go to the DMV to get your name changed.
DMV?
Yes.
What?
That's not, okay, so tell me how and why.
That's I just changed my name on TikTok and Facebook easy.
No, but that's how you really do it. Have you ever been married before, Vivian or whatever?
Divine?
Yeah, whatever your name is.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So it's basically the same thing.
But are you trying to come out of the system?
Huh?
Are you trying to remove yourself from the system?
Oh, it's not hard to do that. You can renounce your citizenship anytime you want. What citizenship? Right? You're U.S. citizen. You can renounce it.
You can go ahead and take this.
I've never done it. You can yourself. Yeah, you can go renounce your citizenship right now if you want for free. But then you'll be
When have you ever been in U.S. prison?
Yeah.
Bro, I just not go to prison. I'm not black. I've been to prison before.
I don't think he said prison, did he?
When have you ever been a U.S. citizen?
Oh. I've been a U.S. citizen for many years now.
So, what documentation do you have to prove that?
Right.
I don't know. They give you this little thing when you leave the hospital.
What's that thing?
It's called a birth certificate.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Huh?
Can somebody lower their TV or something in the background?
I'm in the show right now. You know what's crazy? I ran over somebody next to me one time. What? Yeah, a long time ago.
Just here trolling. Like,
No, for real. That's what happened. What the hell? Huh? No, we were talking about the birth certificate. No, I told him I'm running out.
Yeah, Micah, go ahead, finish. Sorry, I cut you off.
when does the birth certificate assert?
I can't hear you. It sounds like you got a phone call.
Yeah, so you got a phone call.
No, but like back to my story about I was leaving a family member's house. And I was on some like dirt roads, and one of my baby mama's brother, we got into it. And he left like an hour before that.
Yeah.
He was walking on the dirt roads, and I hit him, and it was a whole big deal. Got to go to court and all that shit over it.
Birth certificate.
Oh yeah.
Wait, did you? Was he okay? He made it or what?
No, he did not make it. So what were you saying about the birth certificate?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I had a whole thing, I had a jury trial and everything, but none of that matters. So what about the birth certificate?
When does the birth certificate
Hold on.
make you a U.S. citizen?
I imagine when they print it.
How?
You're born in America. You're born on the soil, and he's born in Jesus.
So those who comprehend what I'm asking,
Yeah.
get what I'm asking.
Yes.
Because it doesn't say anything about you being a U.S. citizen. So
It's just a birth certificate. It's a certificate that you were born here in America.
No, that doesn't say. My certificate of live birth.
They give you a social security number. They give you all kind of cool things, you know.
You gotta sign up for a social security number.
Yeah, it's all part of the system. You can't get the social security number without the birth certificate. It's the whole thing.
Yeah. You being in America, coming out of your mother's, you know what?
But you gotta say certain words.
You become an American. Easy.
Yeah. You just go
But
on.
aren't you a private American when you're born?
Since day one, I've never been a district.
Neither.
You're not a citizen, and if you claim citizenship, it's actually a felony.
Yeah,
Do some research, man. Do some real serious
it
research.
doesn't make
Learn.
sense.
Yeah.
I've never been a U.S. citizen. So
You're
why
a
would I renounce
nationless
something that
person.
I've never been?
So what are you? You're just not nobody. You're not a citizen of any country.
No, I've never been a citizen. I've never pledged allegiance to the United States. Like,
That's why you're not.
I've never. See, I don't even think people know what the United States is. I think people just like that.
I think I got a pretty good idea what it is.
And then black people wonder why they have no rights. Okay.
It's a country. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
You know,
Well,
country.
tell us, please, inform and educate us.
It's a country that has borders. Yeah.
Really?
On one side of the border, it's something else, and then
Like I
the other
said,
border, it's like
because these people that are in here now, you know, they don't know about 28 USC
Yeah.
Section 2002.
Nope.
They don't know about that.
That's all outdated stuff.
You're saying that's outdated stuff, right? Yeah, then it's still outdated.
That doesn't apply anymore.
Oh Lord.
Then it doesn't apply. But then
Hold on.
they won't even tell you what it means.
Okay, hold on a second.
97-280 don't apply either.
May I ask something, please?
That one actually doesn't apply.
Gucci, are you sure that this isn't the same Jamal you hit? Because he sounds like he got hit on his head at one point.
See, this is troll.
Well,
This is all
since you're
troll.
so educated, why don't you educate us, please?
It sounds like his head got hit at one point.
No,
so
here's the thing. I don't waste time with all this foolishness. Like,
What's the
just
word I'm looking for? Are y'all all sovereign citizens?
You see that?
Are you a sovereign citizen?
I've never been a sovereign citizen.
Is that what
in
is
my
that what
life?
y'all
I
are?
don't know what that is.
Hey man, if that's what you are. I'll praise to you. You know, like good for you.
Yeah.
Well, what are you, a citizen?
I'm an American, law-abiding citizen. I pay my taxes, and I stand up and I pledge allegiance to the American flag.
Like I said, it's just a bunch of people just over here trolling. Like, you might as well do them.
What are we trolling? Yeah,
Steve, that was supposed to.
Like, Sheik has a fake accent. Like, come on, man. It's obvious.
Oh, wow. So what? I have a good accent?
That was kind of
Just,
racist.
just boot them. Like, don't. Yeah, there you go.
Nigger.
Yeah, that sounds real nice.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, it's like, come on, man. Like, I like Gucci. Like, who comes in the group like that?
Right, exactly.
So it's like, it's just funny. It's just funny. And then people come in here and say, "Oh, this outdated stuff." They say all this stuff, right? But then when you ask questions, they don't want to go and answer those questions. These are people in here that just have an idea that they know what's going on, and that's the people I feel bad for.
Mike, I don't even think they knew what was going on. I don't even know if they know what planet they're on.
They don't know. They don't know a damn thing.
Yeah. So my question, I have a legitimate question. Please help me out. So why not have our name change done through the church? Because remember, 97-280, the Bible was declared the law of the land. So the church has a lot of power. So why can't we do it through there? And it'd be more valid.
Because we're basically saying, well, we're not under your jurisdiction, but we're under their jurisdiction. You're trying to free yourself of all jurisdictions and only keep it under the one that matters between you and the Most High. Like, no one can impede that. That's what my covenant is. So you don't need the church for that.
Okay, because it's already given, is there? I get it. I follow.
Like,
And I'm sorry because I literally work as an industrial painter, and I work with heavy equipment, and I got to pick up heavy stuff every day, and I'm like exhausted. But I love knowledge,
No, I'm getting
and I
a picture
comprehend. I
of
understand
it.
exactly what you're saying. So how do you do the name change? Is there a form you get from the courts, or do you have an application, or do you have a blank document, or?
all right, so how I feel about that is that I'd love to answer that question, but not here. Not here.
Respect.
Like, hook up with the bind, and she will put you up on game. Our teacher will teach you whatever you need to learn. It's all welcome there. Like there is no friction. We have zero tolerance for what just happened. That's not happening at all. You know, people coming in trolling for shits and giggles. Like that's not gonna happen. But you will learn much more.
Okay. Another question. So the name change does what again? I know you said it, but I kind of missed it because little trolling got in there at the end and I couldn't hear.
The name change is going to be, how do I put this? That's going to be what opens the door for you in a lot of the things that you're trying to do.
And let me rephrase the question because I was saying, because I said, why are we doing the name change in their jurisdiction if we're trying to get out of it? And she was answering that when he jumped in and
right. It's just going to assert that you're the one who owns that name.
Right. So you hold all rights, title, and interest to that name. That name is now private. That name you have now been exonerated from that all caps name. The new name, nobody knows about that name unless you tell them about that name. This will be your new identification. You don't have like a driver's license or anything like that. There will be 3 seals on there. 2 seals from the judge and 1 from the clerk.
That's all you need. And the rest will go there. Now I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm in the process of getting that all worked out for myself. But once you get the whole purpose of the name change, like it goes a lot deeper than that. It's like once you really get what's happening when you do this, you'll go, oh wow, okay.
Let me ask another question because you guys got my interest, peaked, and I'm tired. Like I feel like saying, yo, I'm gonna go to bed, but I love this. I love knowledge. Do you do it in the state you were born in?
You can. I think you should.
Yes, because you can. In my opinion, you should because that's where the contract originated. But you still do it where you currently live.
So,
go ahead.
Can it be done through mail, or do you have to be in person? Do you have to go in person?
Equiax and persona.
Yeah. So this is something you might get away with Zoom, but if you can't go in there and tell them, hey, this is what it is, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing, and this is in regards to this, you got to come in there with clean hands. Let them know that, hey, I don't know of any claims on this name, but hey, this is what it is. Like I said, it's how do I put it? It's right there in your face. Because when I first heard about it, like it was like, like the mind was there when I was like, oh, this is why you do it.
Yeah.
When you do this, X, Y, and Z.
No, I kind of got that already. I got an aha moment. I just didn't freak out.
Right.
Because now when you become the holder in due course in that name, anything that happens with that name has to come with a written consent.
Right.
100%. You control it. You control it 100%, and it can't be used for anything.
Right.
If it's used for anything without your consent, there is, and I've read some certain laws. There is absolutely no immunity for nobody in that.
Hold on, don't skip the comments. Hello, why I can't go to her link in the bio and then it goes right here.
Thank you, T. Melly.
Oh yeah, Team Melly. My God.
What's going on? You gonna see me more, Microphone? You gonna see me more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Join the club classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That one more information, her link is in the bio. As soon as you click on her profile, it's right there. You cannot miss it.
So El Boricua, really quick, what I wanted to say is when you get the name change too, you're not getting a new birth certificate or a new social security card. This name has no attachments to anything. It's private. Make sense?
100%.
Yeah. So we do have a couple members that had made a few mistakes and got the name change right away when they first heard about our mentor talking about it, and they went and got birth certificates.
Yep.
And
Updated all their information.
yeah, and
Had to do it again.
had to do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, well, they're still, dude. Yeah, I see what you're saying. 'Cause
There's a certain way you got to do this too. Like, here's what I'm gonna say. Anybody who's listening right now, go and get yourself a copy of the Government Printing Office Style Manual, GPO Style Manual, 2016. Read it. Read it. Look up the name. Look at the part where it talks about names, nationality. Look at those things. And when you go to make your claim on why you're changing your name, you can use that. There's the Chicago Styles Manual. And there's one more. What am I forgetting about? There's one more.
There's the Chicago Styles Manual 16th edition, and then there's the
oh, that shit. No, let me stop.
no, it's the something manual.
It's another manual.
It's a printing. The printing manual. No, Millie, you sent it to me, but I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, there's Chicago Styles Manual, 16th edition.
Government, GOP, government.
GPO Style Manual. Like I said, that's the one. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, Jennifer in the comments. Can you read that again, Millie?
He said, "Do you still have the rights to anything in your own name?"
Yes, you control.
You own all that. That's all you.
So let me say this. I heard this too, Divine, not so long ago, because remember, since we're Boricuas,
Yeah.
we
Divine
have,
9
I guess that
is the host.
there is some acts that stand to protect the Tainos.
Yeah, that's like
And-
the Moors, right?
Yeah, to some degree. So look, when it comes down to, all right, Puerto Rico, Guam, Mariana Islands, those are territories, right? What I do know about those places is that they're giving up the position they're in to be U.S. citizens so they can vote.
Yeah.
So think about it like this: if they don't give up their position to vote, then they don't need to. They just need to go and do some other things, and put things in place, and then boom, they're good. They're good right where they're at. They don't need to go get the passport and all this other extra stuff. So that's pretty much where we're at in this. Is that a lot of the places that are part of the territory aren't U.S. citizens, but nationals of the United States. And they're being fooled into becoming 14th Amendment citizens when they never had to. And it's just all the vote. This is all because of how the illusionary world of the politics are being ran.
Right, how the corporation indoctrinates you and then abuses you and enslaves you.
Boom, just like that.
That's all it is. Yeah, I'm 100%. Yeah, like I said, I've been studying for 3 years. I would stay up 3 nights in a row without sleeping, just studying and reading law, reading different things. So I have a little bit of knowledge. I'm gonna say very little, but I always, like I said, I love knowledge. Knowledge is not the same thing as. So there's 2 things. You can know something but not know how to apply it. Okay. So then that becomes wisdom. And I like knowledge, but I want to be able to apply it and be wise.
Right.
Exactly. And my thing is, it really, I mean, Divine, yeah, I gotta go to sleep because I'm tired, but we have to.
Divine number 9.
What part of the island are you from, Divine?
Oh my God, it's from Ponce.
Looks like that April lady.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. I've never
Okay,
been
email
though.
me.
I've never been.
You've never been to the island?
No, I want to go so bad. Yeah,
Oh my Lanta.
I know. I got a bunch of family that still lives out there. I just
It's not normal.
right
It's
now I'm
normal for
trying to
most
take
of
care
us.
of this, and then I'm gonna visiting and enjoying.
Okay, so in Ponce, there's something that's called La Guancha. And they literally have fish, and I'm talking about hundreds, if not thousands of fish that you can go and see, and they gloat in the water.
Wow,
It's freaking awesome.
that's awesome.
I want to take my wife and kids out there. So here's something. I don't know why I'm going to talk about this. April 20th, 1995. Okay? I was pronounced dead. DOA. Dead on arrival.
Oh,
after
wow.
a motorcycle accident. I had that supernatural experience where I went to heaven. Okay? I was told, not your time. I'm like, what? And then literally, two angels grabbed me. When we walked through the door to the spiritual realm, wherever we were, I opened my eyes in the hospital.
Wow.
So when people want to tell me God don't exist, angels don't exist, listen, I'll tell you something that nobody's gonna believe, and I'm sorry, you cannot believe it, but that's okay because not everybody's given the same opportunities, the same gifts, the same anything. You know, we're all different. God does with what He wants with all of us. So I've actually seen Jesus myself personally. My son, when he was 6 years old, in this house that I live in, that God gave me, points to the wall and says Jesus, and I'm like, what? Who told you? And he said it in Spanish. And see, we don't talk to my son in Spanish. Well, at that time, he was 6 years old. I married a German. You know, my wife is German, so we speak English. We hardly, spoke any Spanish. And my son goes, Jesus. And I'm like, what do you mean, Jesus? And he's right there. I'm like, well, what do you mean he's right there?
Wow.
Okay. So I've had a close walk and a lot of encounters with the spiritual realm. One of the things I've learned through many years of trials and tribulations, is that the spiritual realm is more real than the natural realm.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to live here a good maybe 100 years, right? After that, what? Okay? And I'm not making this a religious talk. I'm just saying people really need to grasp onto and understand that what we have with Christ, or however they want to call it, because I'm not here trying to, I'm not preaching tonight, and I'm not imposing my beliefs on nobody else. I like to be respectful. But whoever you believe in, right, that cannot be penetrated. That cannot be violated in any way, shape, or form. And I understand that. That's why you got my interest. We got to chat it up. We really got to focus on, because there's certain things I'm doing now. Another question: do you have a PO box? Do you believe in that system?
Yes.
Ooh,
You have to have a general post.
correct.
Yeah. You don't want any mail delivered to where you rest your head at.
And you know what? So this other person that was teaching me how to do the fingerprints and the handprints, and then you take the pictures and you copyright it, and you want to put that on the record in the court, because now they can't. You're standing on national land, which is out of their jurisdiction. You're a living person. You're declaring yourself. You're declaring your fingerprints and So now he says this. He says, take the doorbells off your house. Take the knockers off the door. No welcome mats, and no numbers of any sort on the property, because all of that gives them jurisdiction.
Yes.
So you heard of that too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when I
did that years ago.
When I learned that, I went and chiseled the numbers off the front of the property. And I mean, I had to chisel them off because they were in stone.
Not only that, if you hire somebody, hire your own land surveyor.
I know the meets and bonds. I have it already.
Yeah, and then send the APN back to the county.
Wait. Say that. Elaborate on that.
Okay, so right now you're in do you pay taxes for your house?
yes and no, because I've found a lot of things. I've done a lot of things. One of the things is, I don't know if you know, depending of the color of the sign where you live and how the sign is written, if it's all in lower, if it's written in proper English, which is first letter uppercase, lowercase, or if it's all caps, then it will tell you if you're in an incorporated or an unincorporated area, which doesn't give them jurisdiction. So because my sign is green and it's upper lowercase, proper English, I'm in what they call an unincorporated area, so you don't have jurisdiction over the land. That was something I learned through somebody else. And you can do some research on that. That's pretty. This person, I met two people. One has 60,000 hours dealing with this stuff. And I'm not exaggerating one bit. He's a lot older than me. The other person has been fighting the court system for 41 years and has never lost a case. And I can tell you how he does it, and I'll talk to you about that.
Yeah.
In private. But, so the other thing we did was I believe it's supposed to be every 10 feet at about 4 feet tall. You're supposed to mark or have markers around your property in purple, which it declares royalty. Land is sovereign. Land is royalty land. In other words, you cannot come on it, and they won't come on it. I was told that I have to get the meets and bond, put it in a jar, and put it on the northeast corner of the property. And I, like I said, I'm tired, so I don't remember exactly why right now at the top of my head. I have to go back to my notes.
So go ahead. Sorry.
That was it. No, that was it. I'm sorry.
So when you hire a land surveyor to survey your land, they're going to come up with different measurements than what the county has come up with. And when they come up with that measurement that the county has come up with, you're going to see that where that so-called mailbox is, right, where that there's a jurisdiction right there that puts you into the jurisdiction where you have to pay taxes. So the APN, well, once you hire somebody to do the surveying, right, the meets and the bounds, and they do the measurements, you then go and find that APN that is on the side of your house somewhere. I think it's somewhere either on the side of your house or in the back of your house, which gives them the jurisdiction to mail you taxes every year to where you have to pay for taxes. So once you hire your surveyor, you get the measurements, the meets and the bounds, you can then get that recorded, right? You want to give public notice, get that recorded. I could talk to you more about that in private too, because this is kind of private information, right? If that helps. It seems like you already got the meets and bounds though, so you're halfway done.
I have it because I have it on a document that I got when I purchased the house.
Yeah. Did you also get the patent? Like, did you get the land patent or anything like that?
I'd have to look at the documents I have.
Yeah, because you can look that up through the BLM, Bureau and Land Management, and find out who was the last man or woman to own the land that your home is on. Yeah, and if they're still not alive, because a corporation can't own the land, right? So the only name that should be on the land that you're speaking of your property now, the only name that should be on there should be a man or a woman. And they're probably not even alive anymore. So you can make a claim to that by taking the proper steps to do that.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
we definitely got to get
talk in private.
Yeah,
Yep.
we got to get together and talk. Where do you live in the States?
I'm in New Jersey.
You know, I was born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I used to go to New Jersey all the time.
Wow.
Were you raised in New Jersey?
I was born in New York, but yes, pretty much, yeah, raised in New Jersey. Yep.
I used to go to Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and Talking, New Jersey.
I lived in Weehawken.
Weehawken, don't know where.
By Hoboken.
No clue. Nah. Because again, so growing up as a teenager, as a young man, I was part of the music group. I'm a percussionist by trade. So I play piano and I play drums. And so I used to go to different churches, and we used to go to, in New Jersey, different places, to different churches, and we would play, and then we'd go to Cherry Hill Mall, we go to different places, hang out. In New York, my mother was born in New York. I believe she was born in Brooklyn, New York. My grandfather used to live in Brooklyn, New York, and I forgot the name of the place, something Heights. I don't remember what it's called. Because my grandpa was part of the projects. Interesting. So, yeah, New Jersey's a cool place.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't plan on staying here long.
What led you down this
Journey?
Yes.
I'm about to sack you guys. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, no worries, T. Melly. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll hit you up tomorrow, T.
Okay, I'll be here. All right.
No worries. So I started during COVID. It started with the name Jesus. I started searching up that. I found out his name was Yahushua HaMashiach. I wound up joining the Mormon Church. Then I found out the Mormon Church wasn't exactly what I thought it was. And then I found America's Assembly. I found Chris Hauser. I found a few people on YouTube. And then I found my mentor by clicking on this one lady's video, and she had a Dropbox, but it was for her. So it was to join her group, or the group she was in. Apparently, she wasn't there anymore when I got there. She was leaving the group. So, but yeah. So I heard all about the 1099As and Bs and all that stuff, and I was like, oh no, how can you sit here and go walk into a car dealership and buy a 1090 and use a 1099A to go buy, purchase a car? That didn't make sense to me. So, and then I found my mentor, and he was not teaching anything like that. He wasn't teaching us to be trustees.
There's a person on there named Jennifer. 123 said, "May I come in and ask a question?"
Oh yeah, you just request to join.
Explain an APN.
Yeah, I did. I think I answered that already. I think this is the one guy's the guy from the people from earlier. Who's the APN? Who's asking about the APN? Hello.
Good morning.
Greetings.
Oh, Jennifer. I know Jennifer.
It's Jennifer, but it's still.
I like that, Jennifer.
It's a lot of people skip over the fire part, but that's okay. It looks like Jennifer, so from a distance, squinting your eyes. But I have a question real quick about the BLM, where you said about the taxes. I have a property that's 5.5 acres, but they're subdivided. My house is on one of the subdivided areas, and then I got 2 lots and then a small strip that's considered a lot as well, but it's only like 20 foot by 600 and something foot. So the one that's a 20 foot by 600 is attached to the house though with my mortgage, or not my mortgage, my ex's mortgage. But the other 2 lots lots are subdivided and separate. There is no house. There's nothing there but land. How would I find that?
The APN?
Yes,
That's a good question.
because they still do send me. I pay the mortgage. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. I've been trying to figure out this as well, but my ex bought the house with me, but he bought the house on. He's the mortgage. He owns the mortgage, but I pay it. I've been paying it for 5 years.
Are you on
He
the deed?
left. Huh?
Are you on the deed?
Yes, I am on the house and the land next door. So is he.
Okay.
He owns the mortgage, but I pay it. I pay the taxes for the other property as well as the taxes for the house with all enrolled up in the house in the mortgage, of course. But I'm trying to figure out how to get him off of the mortgage and me on because he wants off. He wants off. He wants away from the responsibility. He thinks I'm going to screw his credit up, but I'm not. And
What
I
does
want
he
him
think
off
you're
so
gonna
he's
screw his credit up?
huh?
What does he think that you're gonna screw his credit up?
Well, what there in 5 years I've been paying the mortgage. I was late on the mortgage one time, which he swears up and down I screwed his credit big time by being late on the mortgage one time.
Oh shoot! But
I said, well, I say that I built his credit up for 5 years. That
yeah,
you know, not that I meant to do it. It was a bad timing in my life, and I had some situations come up where I just wasn't making money, and I'm a single mom taking care of everything in the house by myself, and just everything, and it just situational stuff happened where I was late paying the mortgage.
Oh, shit happens.
Yes, exactly. I didn't wake up and say, you know what, I think I'm gonna screw him.
Right. It's all about your intent.
But if he understands
Yes.
credit, he knows that what the credit card, what the company did by putting that on his credit report that violated,
Oh,
you know,
right.
they went against
He
his.
doesn't understand none of that.
Oh
He
Lord!
was born. Well, he's Puerto Rican. He's born in Puerto Rico.
Hold
but
on.
he's from
Another
Dominican.
We all Puerto Rican here. Devon is Puerto Rican, so am I.
I'm not Puerto Rican, but he is, and he grew up in Dominican Republic, so he doesn't understand a lot of the stuff that we're even talking about. If I even tried to explain to him any of this, he would be thinking I was lying to him.
That's because he doesn't want to
screw him over.
That's because he doesn't want to understand it. Because I mean, you have to have the will. You know, again, God gives us freedom. You know, to choose. You know the willpower. Okay.
Have a great day.
Yes. So, let me ask you this.
Find the people and get
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
find have to go about trying to find where that is located. It was blocked.
Yeah, for the APN.
From the house, but they still send me the bill. It's in mine and his name because I'm on the land, or I'm on the title for the land, or the for the land on his side. As I paid my name, but I put his name on it too because he was like, "You're gonna try to screw me out of that property because I was paying for it." I said, "No, just put your name on it. I don't care because we were gonna live together." He was like just freaking out, you know. I was like, I'm not trying to screw nobody. Let's just put both our names on everything.
Yeah, I would hire your own
on the mortgage.
Yeah, I would
So
hire
the
your own.
surveyor is different than like getting your land. It's not the same as getting your boundaries or whatever, is it?
Bounds.
What is that called?
The Boricua. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Good, Boricua.
No, I'm just. I think where she's sending you would be a great start. One, you can go to the recorder's office and ask them directly if they have the BLM, oh my God, break it up. Yeah, Bureau of Land Management. They should be able to direct you. If not, I would call your Secretary of State. They should know. There's different places you can go that they'll get you to the right person and then get the information you need. One of the things about my journey is, like I said, I'm tired. Like my eyes is like literally like closing. I don't stop trying to learn something new every day or acquire more information, and I'll jump through every hoop that I can in honor, though. Everything must always be done in honor.
Well, you're gonna love my mentor.
I'm big on that. I'm really big
That's
on
all
that.
he teaches. That's what equity is.
100%. And I teach my son that.
Where I'm having a talk here, like in these lives, because they know a lot about like how to like take possession of your homes and mortgages and stuff. And I want to take possession of my mortgage and get him off. He wants off, but I want to do it where I'm doing it the right way, not doing it all shiesty, going around like people were telling me, like, go put a lien on his part of the land. And I don't want to do that. I want to do it without and stuff. I don't want to cause stuff like that. I want to do it the right way. He wants off. He does. He wants off because he wants to go back to Puerto Rico or back to the Dominican where his kids live. He wants to be able to go away, but he feels like he's being bound here by this house because he bought the house and he doesn't want to leave this. Well, he's in the state over. He's in Illinois. I'm in Indiana, and but he doesn't feel like he could leave because I have his name on the house and stuff, you know, and he doesn't. He just feels like he's bound here for some reason, which he's not. But I want him
Why
to
doesn't
be
he
able
do
to
a
walk
quick deed and give it to you?
Correct.
because it won't put me on the mortgage. I'll have to go through the mortgage. They'll make me do the mortgage like as if I'm getting my own mortgage, and I still can't do it. The reason he did it for me is because I work for cash. I had worked for cash almost half my life. Well, since my son was born, I've been working for cash because I'm a full-time mom. He goes with me everywhere. I take him to work. He goes there with me. So I work for cash. I didn't have the paper trail to say that I had enough money to get in a mortgage. So he got the mortgage in his name. He had planned to move in. He did move in, but then decided, I don't want to be in the country. I hate the country living life. And he went back to the city. But that's why I can't still, because I still have cash. I still make cash. I really don't have that way to, I mean, other than the receipts for all the times I've paid for the house, I don't have any other real, but they want you to make like 3 times full what you're paying on your house in order to get a loan at the amount of money the house is worth. And I can't prove I make that at all. I barely do make that. Like I barely make my bills, and that's it right now. I'm living day to day, and every day is a scary day for me. But I'm a caretaker, so I just recently had my patient that I was taking care of. He passed, so now I'm on the hunt for another job. You know, like so I'm never like secure in my job because any day someone could just up and leave this world, and I'm out of a job tomorrow. You understand?
One of the things that I've learned, and Jennifer, this is no shots being taken, and no pun intended. You know, so hear me out in a professional manner.
Mm-hmm.
Because as children of God, like I said, we have to all walk in honor, no matter what. God spoke about it so many times. Okay? What we fail to do is to prepare ourselves. And my dad was one that would say, you're pointing your finger at somebody because we always blame everybody else. Everybody's done it at one point in their life or another. But he says, you fail to realize that you got 4 fingers pointing at you while you're only pointing 1 finger at somebody else.
Yeah.
So what we need to do, okay, is you really need to set yourself up. And I would reach out to Divine individually and learn how to be in the private. If you look at the Bible, how come we don't know anything about Jesus or Yeshua's life, other than when he stepped into the temple when he was 12, and then at the age of 30 when he started his ministry. Where's the rest of his life?
Right.
Very private. When they came to arrest Jesus, well, I'll say Jesus, Yeshua, same difference. The reason I say that is because since they translated him that name, he understands why. So God's not going to be petty with something like that. That's my understanding. So he goes, they say, we're looking, and look how they say it. Because think about this, and in the court settings, it says we're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how did he respond? Did he say, yes, did he say, yes, I am Jesus of Nazareth? Or what did he say?
I don't remember exactly what he said. He said something.
He said, he said, I am. All he said was, I am. And you got to look up that phrase. Why did he use the words, I am? I am is another way to invoke saying that you're God. You're the Almighty. I am that I am. I am. There's nothing else because your name is private, and he taught us that right there. Like they a lot of mentors that I've talked to, a lot of people that I've talked to through the years say it's all there in the Bible. You just don't read enough. And it's true. And you feel kind of silly.
The way people interpret it too, because some people can't. Like me, I have a hard time discerning what is being said when I'm focused on just each word and trying to pronounce each word.
You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. Until you free your mind, you're never gonna comprehend it. And I'm gonna tell you the perfect example. I went through some hell, and I ended up being incarcerated, right? Because I didn't know certain things, and they put me in solitary confinement, and I was pissed. Oh man, was I ticked off? And I said, you know what? I'm gonna declare war, but I'm declaring war in the spiritual realm because I know this is a spiritual battle. So I said, I'm gonna fast, and I'm not gonna eat. I'm gonna fast, and if you're a God and you're out there, you're gonna deliver me. I'm not gonna tell you how many days I fasted, but it was a lot. Okay. In the meantime, he said, read the book of Job. I said, the book of Job? Why? So you can take my family away? What's the deal? Why do I got to read the book of Job? So in the midst of reading the book of Job, when I was reading a certain chapter, start thinking about everything that's going on around me. I would start thinking about my family. I would start thinking about my offspring, my daughter, my son. I was just thinking about different things. But I was reading, but I was thinking about other things. So even though I was reading it, I wasn't comprehending it. I wasn't receiving none of it because my mind was somewhere else. So at one point, I said, "All right, God, I finished reading the book." He said, "Once I finished reading it, you would let me go. You would set me free." He goes, "No, you didn't read it." What? I said, "Yes, I did." "No, you didn't. When you was reading that chapter, you were thinking about other things. Go back and read it." Sure enough, when I went back and read it, I'm like, how did I miss this? How come I didn't see this? In the book of Job, everybody talks about the trial that Job goes through, but they missed the whole point of the book of Job. The book of Job completely elaborates in very specific detail in who God is. Go read it. You're going to understand who he is and what he created. There's a monster. He says there's a monster he created that only he can tame. A monster. He created the Orion. He created it. He says it. Go read his conversation with Job. You don't have to start at the beginning. It's cool to start at the beginning, but go to the end. Go to the last 10 chapters. I think is when he starts. He has 3 friends that go in on him, and this man went through some real strong trials and tribulations, but he never cursed God. He wasn't happy with his situation. But in the Bible, again, God tells you can be angry, but don't sin. God understands that we are going to have, he created us, so he knows how we're going to feel. You know, how do you think I felt when I was in solitary confinement for almost 30 days?
Wow.
They were torturing me because this Puerto Rican embarrassed and humiliated a city magistrate judge, they want to call themselves, and a prosecutor. You know, I declared myself my own attorney. I didn't. So, you know, they were ticked, and they got me at the end because I got weak. I know my faults.
Well, I know what you're saying about like pointing fingers. I'm not trying to point fingers at anyone myself. I know I'm the one at fault that I wasn't able to do what I was supposed to be doing the right way. So I did not use, but he helped me get this house for me and my son, and I appreciated that. That's why I've been 5 years paying the mortgage for and trying my hardest every day to wake up to do the right thing, to not screw his credit, to not hurt, do something horrible, that would mess his life up at all. And I don't want to hold him back either.
Jennifer, there's things you got to learn, because the minute the deed is separated from, what is it? When the deed is separated from the note, the promissory note, it automatically nullifies that mortgage.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's paid for in full.
Yep.
You have to learn so many different. I listen to a lot and I read a lot, and that's the thing. Most people don't want to do the work.
Nope.
And
that's what I'm going through right now. I'm trying to learn all this process, and now
correct, but it's not going to be quick though.
Process. I'm also teaching my son this because he's homeschooled. So we're making it a project where we both could learn it together.
But
so I'm trying to set him up for when he's 18, he's able to understand this stuff. And
I understand what you're doing, but I'm not even teaching my son, and I think I know a little bit more than you. Because
he's learning the basics, just on
not even the basics. It's not even. I don't
gotta learn something, because we should have learned something in school.
I respect what you're doing, and I see what you're trying to do, but I don't know if that's. I think that if you study more and learn more, you'll be able to teach them a lot faster and in a different way that would be probably more beneficial. Because imagine, okay, so we've been indoctrinated our whole entire life to believe a certain way and behave a certain way. It's just crazy, right? Because they're indoctrinated. Oh, this is what you do. And here's the thing: it's all just a show. It's all fake. And what's real is right in front of us, but we don't. We want to pay attention to the novela. We want to pay attention to the TV show, to the movie, to all these other things instead of what the Bible tells us to do. What does it say? Escudriñar las escrituras. How do you say that in English? Oh my God. Study the word. Research, like really dig in, like it's an in-depth study of the word. Because in the word, you shall find what it says. The truth. What's the truth? We're all learning it. And that's why there's a lot of stuff happening in the world, because a lot of people rising and a lot of people are not standing up for this bullcrap no more.
Yeah.
Right.
And I promise you, I'm not picking on you.
I understand. I could take it. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you. I know you're not picking on me. You're giving me good advice. I appreciate it.
And
when I say I'm teaching him, I'm not really. He's not. I'm just using the word to know as like definitions. I want him to know the definitions of words. He's using them as spelling words. The words I want him to be able to comprehend at when he's 18 and up, and as an adult, I'm using those as school words. That's all. I'm not like going crazy on him and teaching him the process of this.
That's cool.
I'm just getting his vocabulary, up. I'm trying to make it where when people talk around him and with these words, he's going to understand what they're talking about, and he's going to know what it is. And I mean, I've been doing a lot of stuff with him since he's 4 years into homeschooling, so I teach him life skills as well. He's not indoctrinated. I make sure that he does life skills that's going to get him further in life than some, because I want him to go further. My parents didn't want me to go anywhere. They didn't try to do much in the field of education for me. Kind of just left me be, which I was at fault too, because I cheated my way through school. If I didn't know, I just cheated my way through when I didn't just to get through because I had to.
We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect.
Right.
I like the saying that we all have a glass ceiling. I don't harp on anything that I did in the past that was.
Me neither, but it did make it harder for me to learn now. That's my point I'm making is that all that cheating made it where I am now suffering for it, because when it comes to learning this stuff, I feel like it's a foreign language. I swear it's like every time I hear you guys talk about that, it's like you're speaking fluent Spanish to me, and I can understand the words. I hear the words. They're all English, the ones you're saying in English, I'm saying. But I can't understand the word that is coming out of your mouth. So
okay, hold on. One second. It seems like in some aspects you're tormented. You gotta hold on. Hear me out. Watch why I'm saying this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and start reading the Bible, and start Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Start reading it and read it over and over and over again. If you don't know a word, read the last 10 books of Job, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then go back and just so you can see who God is. But then read the Bible over and over again. Why? God tells you in His Word, seek and you shall find, ask and it shall be given.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that we, as the people, have doubt. This is what I'm saying, tormented. Why? What am I hearing? Oh, I did this mistake. Or I did this. I did that. My parents did this to me. My parents never educated me once.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not kidding you. They didn't make us go to school. But other than that, they didn't force us to go to college. They didn't promote that. They didn't. A lot of things.
Right.
We used to know Dad as Zorro. I don't even talk about that. I'm just talking about it. I want you to see this. My dad, we used to call him Zorro. Why? He used to beat us for a half hour straight with a belt.
Mm-hmm.
And most people would say, "Oh, I'm not going to school. My dad used to beat me up, and no." It was something inside of me. I want more. I want to know more. I want to learn more.
I don't. When I'm telling you that, I'm not like mad or nothing over. I've forgiven and forgotten about things. I'm not forgotten because you can't forget about certain things that happen in your life, but I've forgiven everything that my parents ever did to me. I was just bringing it up as in like I want something better for my son than I was provided. That's all. I'm not mad at my parents. Sometimes I think, well, if I wouldn't have cheated, maybe I would have known how to do this. I kind of reminisce about what my actions caused a reaction kind of thing. The reason I can't pick up things is probably because I didn't pick up a book back then the right way. Not that I'm mad at the fact that I did it. It's the fact of my life.
Jennifer, you're missing my point, and you're continuing to live in that state. You have to change that state of mind.
Mm-hmm.
Divine, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I comprehend completely.
And it's not about your son. It's not about you teaching him. Is the things that you're saying. You're not even you're in that state, and I used to be there years ago. That's why I can talk about it. When you get out of that state, you're gonna be like, oh, I understand what Sam. My real name is Sam. I understand what Sam was saying. And it click now. It's gonna click. But you really got to get into the word. You got to ask God for the knowledge.
Recently, well, me and my son, we've been looking for a church, a home for around here, like that we can go to, because we're out in the middle of like nowhere lands, because it's like
Beautiful.
here.
Beautiful.
For us to find
Beautiful.
places
Hold on.
that are
Here, time out.
there's
You don't
kids.
need a church.
I know that, but it helps with, like, hopefully, well, I was hoping it would help with discerning what's in the Bible. Like, if I have questions, it helps to have other people that I could talk to. That's where the church family comes in, where you can kind of bounce ideas off people and be like, okay, what's this mean? If I
Jennifer,
don't understand.
you just bounce back into that state right now. Why do you need another person? The Bible says, "He that trusts another man is condemned."
I didn't say I need it.
Hold on.
It's good to have that, and if you need it, if I need someone to help me
I'm with you.
decipher something, or feel like, not even that they're right or I'm wrong. I'm just saying something to bounce ideas and things back, and like, so, because I can't always understand it by myself. Things, especially when it comes to the Bible, I get really stuck. I try to read it, and I'm like I said, I try to focus on.
Ask God. Say, God,
I have.
give me this knowledge.
You don't even know how many times I'm like, Jesus, show me what I'm missing here. Tell me what I'm.
Keep on doing it. You know what? I've known people that say, God, I want to speak a different language, and I don't want to study it, but I want you to give me this ability to speak this language, understand it, comprehend it. I want to be able to write it, read it, and everything. And God gives them the gift. It really happens.
Right, I know.
You have to be persistent. You can't stop. You really cannot stop. You got to be persistent. And I like what you're doing, because it shows me that you are out there trying to find something. You are out there trying to find knowledge. But my time, most of my time is spent with that man up there. And I kid you not. Right now, I'm sitting in my couch in my living room while my wife and my children are in bed. And there will be times that I stay up here and I fall asleep here praying. And my wife goes, "Did it again. You didn't come to bed." "Oh, I'm sorry, hon. I got to pray. Because I got to have that protection. I got to have that discernment. I got to have what He's going to give me that nobody else can give me." Again, it's so crucial to dig yourself into that realm and understand what He has for you. It's all in the Bible. Well, look at 97-280. The Bible was declared the law of the land. I think it was House Joint Resolution 92. Something like that. I forget. But you just look and go. And I had another person, and God put him there for me. And I can't really elaborate on the stuff that He taught me, because I signed an NDA. But with that person, he goes, "Hey, go read the Trading with the Enemy Act, 1933. Yeah, 1933, 1917, Trading with the Enemy Act. You got which one was the other one? There's a couple of them. Just read and don't say, I can't comprehend it. No, rebuke that. Rebuke that. Say, you know what? I'm gonna read this, and I'm gonna comprehend every word. Because you said that if I ask you, you're gonna give it to me. You're gonna give me the knowledge.
Right.
People are afraid to talk to God like that because they think God's gonna come down and punish them. Come on, man. Who do you think Yeshua is? This is what I don't understand. People think like that, and they really do. I mean, I know a lot of people that think like that. I'm like, listen, you forget what He did for you? What do you mean? I said, why would He come down and punish you when He gave His life for you? Think about it. What are you saying? Oh, I never thought about it that way. He's not there to punish you. Over and over and over again in the Bible, and through all the scriptures. I'm not going to say the Bible, through scriptures, there's so many different documents. He said, I didn't ever come for the healed. He said, I came for the sick.
Yep.
Came for those that needed me, not for those that didn't need me.
The ones who need a doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in me telling you this, he's here for you. He wants to give you stuff. That's why he brought you to this live. He wanted you to listen to this. But
Right.
you really have to ask him, and don't be afraid. Because I would
Actually, God's always got my back. He's brought me through
More
my
than
life
that.
and saved me millions of times through my life. I can count the hundreds and hundreds of times when I should have not been here, that God had his hands on my life.
God
guided me
make
here.
sure you are here today because there is some divine information for those who seek and those who have the ears and eyes to hear and see the information that we were talking on this live tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Boricua was trying to say to you earlier. You know, that's why you're here.
Right. I understand that, and I believe that every time and it's true because I was asking God to find me something that, or take me to where I need to go and find me my way through this house thing, and then all of a sudden I came across these lives. I was like, wait, and then they started talking about becoming a natural citizen, which I was trying to get into that too, and then the house just came into it. I started hearing about people talking about land patents and this, and I'm like, okay, this is like maybe it's just trying to show me how to go about this.
Yeah, we don't. I don't declare no citizenship. I'm out of that. If you declare yourself a citizenship, if you actually look at the actual laws of the land, and we're talking about in what's that called? In the real courts, that would be that's a felony. That you don't want to ever declare yourself as you're not a citizen. So, but anyway, going back, read and seek and don't stop.
I am.
Ask them and don't be afraid. And here's another thing. Like I said, get a hold of divine and say, divine, who's your mentor? How can I get involved and learn different things? And then read as much as you can. And sometimes, even with the education I have, I got to read 2 or 3 times certain documents. Sometimes I can read something and comprehend it right away. But I was I don't know if you know what a bookworm is. I love reading. I used to read a lot.
I was the opposite of that.
Yeah, so was I. And then when I got older and started to come into this information, I was like, oh my gosh, I've been missing so much. I love reading.
Yeah, and I was a bookworm because the girls used to like that because the girls back in the day, they like the smart boy. And then if you had the knowledge, hey, you can talk your way into getting yourself in trouble. So
they say knowledge is life.
Yeah, knowledge is power, right?
Knowledge is power, but
yes.
It's not power if you don't know how to apply it.
No, I know, and that's what when they were saying about like what you were saying about knowing something is one thing, but being wise and it is. I was like, that's what I want too. Like that's what I'm looking for, not just to know things. I want to know it to the point of that I know how to utilize it and apply it to my life and make it work into my life to where it makes my life work right.
You have to learn a lot of things, and the first thing you have to learn is how to become 100% private, get out of the jurisdiction, and then learn how to claim what's yours.
Okay, so far I have done the EIN, the revocable EIN, or I'm going to go with my revocable trust next.
You know what? And I was part of that group, and I looked at the trust, and there's a lot of things that, and I have an irrevocable trust, and I'm looking at other trusts. I'm looking at other trust documents. Go to your state, and they have a trust on file that you can read, look at. Go to different states, read the different trusts, and then you got to understand what is a trust. give me the definition of what is a trust.
What I understand it to be is that it is where you put things. I mean, I really don't even know what it is, to be honest. I mean, if I really look at it, I don't know what it is for. I know that people put their valuables in it. They put everything in it to keep it from being touched by I guess the government or whoever else would be wanting to take a part of what they have. And I don't know. I kind of see it as like a safe deposit box almost kind of thing, but I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I'm so new to this. What you guys were talking about, like I said, I am like baby new.
I'll give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you in the most simplistic form that I can give it to you.
Okay.
It's a covenant between you and God.
Okay.
Why? Because a trust is private.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has to know what's in your trust. Only you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's a covenant between you and God, and everything that's in it is protected because it's a covenant between you and God. It can't involve anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You have a successor that's going to take over the trust but that trust becomes a covenant between them and God.
Mm-hmm.
So a trust is basically that. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong, Divine?
No, you're right. You're right. That's
I've been listening to some other vlogs, and some people will be like, "Oh, no matter what, your trust is not safe. It's not like you think everything that you put in there is safe. It's not safe."
You have a private trust is safe.
Here's the reason why it's not safe. If you go to court and the judge asks you a question, a magistrate, somebody asks you a question, you respond the way you do, they know they got you.
Right.
Because and this is the thing that this other person that I joined this group, and it was pretty harsh the way he taught, right? But he taught, and he said that you got to be able to stand on your 10 toes and be able to defend what you know. If you can't speak the lingo, if you can't interpret and understand what you're and understand and know what you're talking about, don't speak it, because if you don't know this, that's why I haven't done a lot of these, because I don't know it 150%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an industrial painter. I can paint cars, I can paint machines. The guy that I'm working for, he's a multi-millionaire. He ran into me and I'm a subcontractor, so I work for myself. So this guy ran into me. He goes, "Hey, I got some stuff I want you to paint." Why? Because in 2010, I painted some equipment for him, and to this day, it still looks brand new. Why? Because I know the ins and outs of paint. I know everything about paint.
Mm-hmm.
I know the adhesion process, the flashing process. I can tell you so many things about paint. You'd be like, "Yo, shut up. I don't even want to hear that no more." I'm sick of it. I can tell you about, there's urethane, there's lacquer, there's latex, there's epoxy, there's what they call powder coating. I can go on and on and on and tell you so many different things.
Powder coating, it's really strong.
But it's not stronger than epoxy.
No, it's not.
And the other thing, epoxy will not allow rust to penetrate, where powder coat will.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're working and you're doing these jobs for these people, and these people are not spending a couple $100, they're spending thousands of dollars when they get the people that I'm working for.
Mm-hmm.
At least, because they're doing industrial painting. When you say industrial, you're talking about a whole different level.
Right.
This is not painting a car for $2,000-$3,000. This is painting a small piece of equipment for $3,000, but it's a small piece of equipment versus a car.
Right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, I've learned so much about this that it's made me valuable in an area because of the knowledge that I have behind it. And I've been tested, because here comes a guru in the paint department for this. I'm not gonna say the people that sell the products. And they go, "Yo, you know quite a bit." I said, "Listen, man, I'm 40 years old. I've been doing this since I was 17. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about." And that's the way I like to stand.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they come and they say, "Oh, well, what about this?" I'm telling you, I embarrass the judge. I embarrass the prosecutor. I'm not done. God's not done. So let me go back to this. So when I finished reading the book of Job, the very next day I went home. The very next day. He said when I finished reading the book, he's gonna let me go. When I finished it, it was late at night. The next day, within hours, I was going home. He's real. God is real.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, he has had on my life my whole life.
And he's put a lot of people in my and I see that as him. When he puts this person in that, look at her name, Divine. Come on now.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I really did pray to God that He would take me find me a way to deal with the house situation and in the right way. Like I said, I've heard so many people try to tell me the wrong ways, and I'm like, no, that's not my ways. And then I prayed for Him to bring, make me where I could try to find financial freedom and less, all my, like, not my troubles, I shouldn't say, but like I struggle. Being a single mom, I struggle daily, and He knows my struggles, and I try to tell Him, I'm not, asking for more than what I need, because I don't never ask for more than what I need. But
Why not?
because I'm happy with just having what I need.
No, negative. That's I'm out on that. No.
Why?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I feel greedy asking for more than I need.
No, see, you're condemning yourself.
Right.
Right. Because right now you're saying I'm struggling, but if you have more than what you need, would you struggle?
No.
How is it greedy then?
No, that's not the way you make it sound. But I feel
No.
I've been taught my whole life that just
you've been taught what? You've been indoctrinated something that's not true. So again, and you're in that state again. You don't understand it. You'll get it sooner or later, and you're condemning yourself. Stop. Look, I used to live in a shack. I'm gonna tell you. I don't talk about this, but I'm gonna talk about this. I'm gonna talk about this. I used to live in a shack. Okay. Literally a shack. Okay, falling apart. I used to rent it because it was out in the country in the middle of nowhere. And this place, my son had the bedroom, which was really small. And at that time, it was me, my wife, and my little boy. He was little. He was like 5 or 6, something like that. No, he was 4. Because we've been living here for 7 years. So then I used to live in this shack, and we used to heat the house. You ever see those propane tanks that you get at Walmart? And then you go to the hardware store, or you go to the feed store, and you get those 2 little burners you can put on top of it. That's how I used to heat my house in the wintertime. Because I didn't want to ask. I was a known man. I don't know when the light hit my head, or how I must have hit my head somewhere. And I got on my knees and I said, God, I want a house so big I can't fill all the rooms. I want a kitchen so big I can't fill all the cabinets. I want to have the land. I want to have everything so I can have everything I want, and then some. Right? Okay. So one day I said, I'm gonna go find this house. I was driving down this road and I pulled into this place, 5 acres, barn, house, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. I said, this is perfect. And I was taking the number down. The guy pulls in, no, we sold it already. What? You sold it? Oh my God. But remember, I had prayed to God. He said, but we got this other property. Let me show you this property. So we drive down about 20 minutes from there. And then we drive into this long driveway. And at the end of it, there's a mansion. I'm like, man, come on, man. I'm saying to the dude, like, what? Come on. 6 bedrooms, 5.5 baths, 3-car garage, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, formal. I mean, this is huge, and this is where I live right now. Okay, it's 7,000 square feet.
Holy moly!
Okay, so no, I really want you to understand what I'm telling you, because the power of faith. See, the thing is, God talks about it. He said, if you have faith like the seed of mustard, and I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm really trying to tell you that if you read and you do what He says to do, you're gonna have what you need and then some. Okay. Now,
I don't mind you preaching me. I put in the chat when you said earlier you're not going to preach. I said I would like to hear you preach to me. That's exactly what I said.
Oh, I didn't see it, but my preaching is different. Everybody says, man, I've never heard nobody preach like you.
I like it.
But here we go, right? So then it has a separate. It has a shower in the laundry room, as an office with oak wood. The house has 50-something windows, 2 air conditioning units. It came with the pool area. It has a wet bar. I don't use the bar. I don't really drink. I mean, from time to time we'll drink like cause I'm not gonna sit here and be hypocritical because I do from time to time we'll drink a beer or drink a little something, some rum because I'm an adult and I don't think God condemns me as long as I don't get drunk. But other people are gonna say whatever, and I don't care. Whatever.
I deal with God. The same with family. I'll have one sip here and there.
Yeah. So then the kitchen has so many cabinets I can't fill them in. I can't fill them. They're filled with con porquería, con junk. You know what I'm saying? As we Puerto Ricans say, we got double oven, got dishwasher. I mean, and then so when I came and I saw the house, and then the house come with 10 acres of land. Really like 15, but I think it's only really 10 that's usable, right? So we have the land, we have the house. I can't fill all the bedrooms. All I have is, at that time, I only had one son, one child, one offspring. Now I have 2. I don't think at this age God's gonna give me another 4 to fill the bedrooms up because it's 6 bedrooms. You know what I'm saying?
How old are you?
I'm 48.
Okay, I'm 49, almost 50 in the month.
Well, I just turned 48. July. I was born in '76.
September, I'll be 50.
Yeah. So then, I'm like, man. And then we looked at the house, and I looked at everything, and I'm like, oh my god. So then it has an outbuilding, and it had the kennels perfectly for what I needed, and then it had the land for the cows that at the time we wanted to get. We have now. Man, just so many things, and I'm like, God, like, what are you doing to me? I literally told God, said, what are you doing to me? Why are you showing this to me? Little did I know, I'm like, wait, I prayed that prayer. Like, stupid, wake up, you prayed that. So my dad said, look at faith. Faith with action. In other words, you're really truly believing, because action, you can't. Like there's people that believe, oh, if I go give the church this, God will give me this. It doesn't work that way. Just ask. Okay? So now I get up and I said, man, let me just sit here and just soak all this in. This is just too much. So I sit here and I soak it all in. And I remember my dad saying, if you want anything, put your hands on it and declare it yours. I said, Dad, I got up and I put my hands on the house. I said, Father, in the name of Jesus, I declare this house mine. 2 weeks later, the guy that was selling the house called and said, the house is yours. That was in August of 2015.
Wow.
And we've been living here ever since.
Wow,
we have a small farm. We got cows. We got 10 cows. We got over 20 goats, all dairy. So my wife milks goats every day. Not goats, excuse me. She milks the cows. She has the goats. She has chickens. She has all these things. They don't belong to me. Those are hers. I married a farmer's daughter. Okay, it's a culture shock because I was a Puerto Rican that grew up in the city of Philadelphia in a row home. Okay, now I live in the country in the middle of nowhere. Okay, but it's peaceful. You know what I'm saying? And we also got a little pony. We had horses. They're a pain in the neck. We've had up to over 100 cows on the property. We're close to it. We had about 70 cows. Me and somebody else did a business. So we've done so many different things, and God has blessed us above and beyond our needs. He really has. With this current job, the subcontracting job that I have, it's just started about 2 months ago. There's a lot of things happened to me within the last 2 years, which took a lot away. But I didn't focus on that. I focused on God, and I focused on, hey, if I seek knowledge, you're going to give me what belongs to me. The truth shall set you free. Okay? There's things that I'm learning with the IRS. Read it. They listen to these lives. See, I'm going to go back to the Bible. Paul says it this way. And Paul was a person that used to persecute, and he would unalive people until he got confronted by God. And then God completely changed it. He wrote most of the Bible, and he said this. He said, listen to it all. Listen to what he says. Listen to it all. Retain the good and reject the bad. Why does he say that? Because there's a lot of people that are going to put false information. I've seen you on a live with somebody that I completely think he's a deceiver, a spy, just a really bad person. And you'll have people out there, oh man, I love you. Oh man, I'm going to help you. Oh man, I'm going to do all this for you. Oh man, you're going to be making $30,000 a week, and you watch. You know, I want to get on there and be like, hey, you know what? You're so full of it, and it's not even funny. But you know why? But I won't do that, because the minute you start telling them, they're gonna cut you off. They're gonna boot you, because they're not gonna be able to take. They can't stand there and honor and take the truth.
Right.
And they deflect every time you want to ask them a certain question. Well, you know, it's not the time, and then, you know, well, we got to do this, and well, you know, I love you, brother. Yeah, I love you so much. What? Well, what happened to my question? So I'm gonna try a person like I tried. I did it on purpose with Divine. I tried her. She passed with flying colors.
Yeah, I go on the same all those lives, and I've heard some not so stuff, good people. But like I said, I sit there and learn from not just them. I'm not listening to the people I already discern that work right, but everyone around them, because there's a lot of people that come into those same lives that do know what they're talking about and are saying the truth. And you know what I'm saying? Like people in the chat, a lot of times I learn from the people in the chat more than the people that are actually giving the lives. You know.
So again, I'm gonna always go back to the Bible. When Divine was talking to me, she says, "Hey, she answered questions and she made things very clear for me." But then she said, "But here, hey Sam, there's El Boricua. Could I put El Boricua? My name is Samuel." She goes, I'm gonna
Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, and she says, these things we're gonna talk about in private. I respect that, because I'd rather talk about it in private. However, you have to put your trust in Him and Elohim. Understand who He is. See, He gave His life so that you can have an abundance. Look at what the word says. He says, now there is, in the Bible, when you go read, there's two things with promises. If you honor your listen, look at this. Look how big honor is. If you honor your father and thy mother, your life would be extended on the earth. Now, I like honoring my mother and my father. I've done that. But why would I want my life extended on the earth? I don't know. That's one part I haven't figured out. Because I'd rather be in heaven. And no, I'm not trying to kill myself. No, I don't want to die. I'm very happy. I love my children, my offspring. I love my wife. I've been married for 19 years. I just, so anyway, read and understand who He is. He says this, right? So this is where I was going with that. The second one says, try me in this. give your tithes and your offering. And what he says, I will open the windows of heaven and pour blessings upon you to what? What does it say?
I don't know.
It overabundance, overflows.
The cup will overfloweth.
It says that I'm trying to say, abrirá los cielos y la bendición que sobreabunde. I'm trying to say it in English, and sobreabunde is what it says, overabundance. It's just going to be so much.
I can't handle it.
Okay, let me give you this. Thank you. He just gave me one. Remember when they brought to Jesus, Yeshua, 2 loaves of bread and 3 fishes. All he did was bless it, right?
Yeah.
He fed what? Over 5,000. It was 5,000 men, not counting the women. And then they said, and then when it was all said and done, when everybody ate, they went back and picked up how much? Overabundance.
Way more than you started with. Yeah.
So, I guess he's really trying to tell you, he's trying to give you more, but you might be stopping the blessing.
What you're asking for, what you think you deserve. Like what you
You know, it's just weird that God puts me. I was tired. Correct, because you're crippling yourself. Do you understand that?
I never thought about it that way. I just always thought if you ask for more, then you're, I felt greedy, and I hate to feel greedy. All my life I dealt with people that were greedy and in life, not just asking for God for anything. I'm talking about in just life itself. And I just was always I don't want to be like that. I don't want to seem that way because I truly just thought that just asking for what I think I deserve and what I need is all that I needed. Because
let me give you this. Let me share this else because I'm being told to share this with you. So now because I have all this in abundance, again, it's way more than what I need. My wife milks every day. Sometimes, periodically, I'll tell my wife, okay, give me 10 gallons of milk, give me 4 or 5 gallons of milk, and I'll go and take them to a church and say, hey, give this to the people that need it. So because I have an abundance, I can bless others. But if I didn't have an abundance, could I bless others?
No.
I don't have to bless people with fiat. I don't have to bless people with fiat. Through the years, I collected TVs and stuff like that in my house. And I'm talking about flat screen TVs and stuff like that. I started going to a church. All these people coming from Venezuela, coming from different places. Hey, man, this family needs a player. They need a TV. They need this. They need that. They need this. Or they need dishes. Or they need clothes. Or they need towels. Or they need this. And because I have an abundance, I was like, here, you can have this. Oh, you need baby clothes. Oh, I have it here. You can have it. And that's between me and God. What I gave, I'm not saying what I gave. I'm just saying there's stuff that I've, given. I'm not going to tell you how much. There's nobody's business. That's a covenant between me and God. See, God, look how powerful is this. It's all about trust. Why? Because go back to, and again, it's all in the Bible. It's just so crazy. Because the more you talk about it, the more you read, the more you see it. Because what happens to those that God gave 2 gifts, or 2 talents, in other words, and they buried it and never used it? Did they get more? No. Because God can't trust you. But when God gave you 1 gift and you multiplied it, He gave you another gift. In other words, He trusts you, so He gave you more. So, because you have an abundance, God will use you and bless you even more. Because, again, it's not about being greedy. It's about being in honor. See, I'm in a state of honor. I'm not in a state of greediness.
Right.
Because that state of honor allows me to have that covenant with him that when people need, I give. I'm going to tell you, a prophetess came to the church. A prophet, right? And he came and he spoke to me. He said, they've spoken against you. They've spoken against you. They're spoken against you. He kept on saying it to me. He said, but vengeance is mine. Then he says this. He said, and keep on giving. Keep on giving because God has taken note of it. This person came from Italy. This person doesn't even live in the States. He came from Italy to preach at our church. And then when I go to the front for prayer, he tells me those things. He don't know me from speaking Spanish. He don't know what all I've been giving the church or the people from the church. He don't know it. But God did. And that's why God has given me what I have. I'll never stop giving. Ever since I was a young boy, I've always given. And you got to give with that heart, with that clean heart.
Always with an open and loving heart, yeah.
See, when I hear you talk, listen to my words and listen to your words. Your state of mind is I am condemned and I am enslaved and I am this and I am that. Right? That's what I'm listening to. And if you hear me, I am free. You're saying the word greed, I'm saying abundance. You see, you're catching the state that you were in.
The power of words. It's in the beginning of Scripture.
Yes. The Bible says this. Oh man, I love the scriptures. I'm gonna say scriptures because people get offended when you say the other word. Because there's so many documents, so many scriptures to back this up. It basically says, according to your faith, it shall be done. It also talks about how the enemy. Look at this. Look how powerful it is. How the enemy put blinders on you, blinds you, so that you can't see the truth. See, he was blinding you, saying, oh, greed. He didn't want you to see the abundance. Because you have an abundance, how many more people can you help? See, when Yeshua was teaching, he said, go now and teach. He said he's sending the disciples out. He says, now go out and teach what I've taught you. What was the whole message of Christ?
You'll be better than me.
And how did he say to teach it? Love. All the commandments are summed up in two. One, you should love thy God above all things, and two, love your neighbor like yourself. That's all we need is love.
Nice.
Ask, seek, dig in, pray. And this is the thing, you're not going to pray the way I pray because I've been this all my entire life. Right? Yeah. Do you speak Spanish fluently?
No, I do not speak Spanish fluently.
I do. I read it, I write it, and everything. I studied at the Inter-American University.
Amount of Spanish.
Yeah, and I studied at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico. I studied Spanish. I write Spanish, I read it, I can understand it, I preach in Spanish, everything, right?
I wish I could speak. I've been trying for years. My ex-husband, I was with him for 17 years, and he spoke fluent Spanish, and I would always tell him to teach me and try to get him.
Why? You always try to depend on somebody else.
He wouldn't teach me.
Do
He
it
kept telling me
yourself.
the wrong things all the time. I'd be like, what's this mean? Oh, and he would tell me this, and I'd find out later it wasn't that. I'm like, what?
Okay. Do it yourself. Go get one of those Spanish or one of those.
I have Rosetta Stone and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, there's different ones. Go get different ones. Play with them. See which one's the best one.
Mhm.
See that's me. I'm a fighter. I don't give up.
Mhm.
So there's there's a big blessing I can see that's waiting for you. You just gotta accept it, and you gotta say, God, give me an abundance. Just give me everything that I need and then some.
Mhm. And when I do, I'll be definitely. I want to go all over helping people. I want to do that. I always want to go and help like people that are in tornadoes and storms and
but
help
don't.
fix things. And
Okay, but don't help people to the point where you cripple yourself.
that's where I got a problem because that's what I always do. I always give them things that I need because I don't think I'm going to need it. And I'm like, oh, you need it more than I do. And then all of a sudden I need it. And I'm like, where?
No, I'm sorry. That no, that's wrong. And then you'll probably be one of them that say, God, look, well, I need this and I don't have it now. Where you at? And he's looking at you like you had
like that. It's not quite like that.
Hey, don't tell me it's like that because I know.
It's not quite like that because if I just go without, that's all. I've learned to go without things that if I do stuff like that, I just go without.
That makes no sense.
I don't know. I don't know why I do that, but I do.
Do you like walking into walls?
No.
You like walking through a glass?
It's not.
Divine knows what I'm saying. That's why she laughed.
Yeah.
Then why are you giving stuff to cripple yourself? Why are you giving stuff away that you need? It's like insanity. No, don't do that. You know what my wife told me years ago? She said, if you give your family any more money, I'm leaving you. I said, well, I guess my family ain't getting another dime. I'm dead serious. I'm being 100% honest. I'm transparent. I said, I love my wife. I like cuddling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
That's good because it's always nice to have.
And I'm being respectful when I say that. I'm not saying nothing that is. This is way PG. This is nothing. And
I know.
Okay. And that's why I said cuddling because we'll sit down, we'll watch a movie together. Even though I really don't like watching movies anymore because I see. Well, some of them I do because there is a message there.
Mm-hmm.
From the Matrix. I call it the Matrix from the evil government. There's a lot of stuff that's put out there for us to look at.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of TV either.
But what I'm saying is, just like you said, there you go again. You stop that negative talk.
I just don't do the TV anymore. I used to watch a lot of movies and entertain myself with that stuff, but I don't do that no more. I started seeing the bad in a lot of it, and I just don't feel like dealing with that.
Okay, again, I don't watch as much, but I do, and I sit down with my wife and watch it. Mm-hmm. And I'll sit down and watch something with the kids. Oh my God, my kids drive me crazy. My daughter, princess this, princess that, unicorn this. I'm like, oh my God, and then I'll be looking at it. Is that a devilish thing, or what are they teaching you? And I'll be trying to decipher. And my wife's like, can you ever watch just something without trying to decipher what they're trying to do? No. That's just me.
Yeah, my friend's like that. She always tries to find the hidden meanings and everything in all the shows and stuff, like especially kids shows. Like my son, he's 12. My son is, so he likes like cartoon stuff still. Like we went to the movies to watch like the Minions and stuff like that. But she's like, oh, don't you know that they this and this about that show? And like she's always finding something that is messed up about it. And then I can't watch it right without seeing what we're seeing.
Listen to her, because God might be telling you something. They did a study not too long ago and found out that children that stay on tablets or iPhones and stuff like that have more anger issues than other children that don't. Actual study.
son doesn't really stay on that stuff. I mean, he does have his iPad and his tablet and stuff for schooling, and he does watch a little bit of YouTube here and there. But he goes out and plays. He's on the trampoline. He has outside time too, and he's doing archery, and he's learning.
So you're teaching them how to live things. That's great.
No. Archery.
I'm messing with you. Calm down.
Like going to just like a little circle. He hits the little dot in the middle. He's not trying to. He can't do the unaliving things because my brother-in-law and them are hunters, and they've been trying to get him into it, thinking he's gonna be this boy that hunts with them, and he won't do it because he don't like the blood and all this stuff that goes with it, you know.
Next time, close his eyes and just taste the meat of the deer. He'll change his
Oh,
mind.
he loves the meat part. Don't get me wrong. He likes the meat part. He likes eating the meat part because my sister and brother-in-law, like, you know, they always have deer meat, but yeah, he can't do the hunting part. They're so disappointed because they thought for sure he was going to grow up to be a hunter with them, and they got him at 22 when he was 8 years old.
Yeah, he's young.
Never even shot at one. Yeah.
Give him time. He's young. Let him get older.
Well, he's 12, and right now he likes to collect swords and stuff, and I don't know,
I'm telling you, oh my God. She's teaching him how to play with weapons. My Lanta.
I'm not teaching him how to play with weapons.
Stop. I'm messing with you. Calm down. You see how you are. You jump on those. I'm messing with you on purpose to see where you're going to go with it. And you're just falling.
The swords and the knives. Actually, I haven't let him touch the 22 because me and him took a course. I want to take a course on safety, and we haven't been able to find anything around our area that gives safety courses. I even went to the police station and asked them if they would do it. They said no, they don't do it.
You do. You learn yourself.
I know, but I want like hands-on, someone that's gonna like be there to like show us.
You do. Step by step. It's not that difficult. I know. Come on.
Maybe I'll look on YouTube and see. I never thought about that, but I went to the police station because where I live across the street is the police.
He's walking into the jurisdiction.
It's the range across the street, so I go across the street to the state police, and I'm like, hey, can you guys like show us how to do this? They're like,
but you look at it and tase you, tackle you, and take you in.
no, I don't want to do all that. I just want them to show us some basic safety features of all things.
We're gonna be like, this woman trying to train her son to be what do you call this? One of these cuckoos that go around, unaliving people.
No.
Yeah, stop going to the police. What are you going to the police for?
Just because they got the
They got what?
range right across the street, so I
They
figured
don't care about no dang ranging up police guys. We can stuff that up their noses.
Well, I mean, they're
not your
about
friend.
it.
They're not your friend. They're not there to help you.
Oh well.
You gotta see.
Divine,
am I wrong?
They don't bother me.
You are not wrong.
They will bother you even though you don't bother them.
Oh yes.
Really?
Yeah, they do that all the time.
Never had a problem with them.
Okay, well, try to stay private. Yeah, look, somebody else.
What?
I don't even acknowledge police.
It's a foreign entity. It's another corporation it's 100% corruption that's just there to hurt you. It's not there to help you.
They're just there to tap into your state. Debt collectors.
Correct.
Yeah.
Every move. They're there to create what? That's what created the issue against me.
Accounting.
Yep. That's all it is. Money for them.
Yep. Every transaction.
They don't care what life they destroy, how they destroy it. They're just there to do it just to get their paychecks.
Right.
And don't even realize their paychecks coming from their own birth certificate.
100%, because it comes from their, well, I say the master account. It comes directly from their.
That's right. You're right.
I went to go look for my birth certificate and I lost mine and my son's birth certificate and social security cards. I gotta figure out where I put them. I don't
Just
know where
order
I put 'em.
another one off Vital Statistics. They're in the socks under your bed, under your mattress.
I looked. I'm just kidding. I don't have any socks under my mattress.
He said in the socks.
I already looked. The last time I had them, it was in my purse.
She said she's 50, so she rather ask what I would do. Put them in the sock and put, because grandma used to teach you how to put stuff in the sock and put it in treasure, bury the treasure.
Mhm.
Yeah, everybody up here needs 40.
These guys are funny.
He said put it in the sock.
No, it's not there. I can't find it, so I have to put in for a new one.
Yeah, go to Vital Statistics and order a long form. Yeah, just keep on looking. You'll find it. Here's the thing that I've learned. Once you start learning the truth, once you start learning the truth and you speak to like-minded people, one, you'll see how well you get along with people, right? It gets easier because when you're in honor, you're free. Your mind is free. Your heart is free. Everything you feel different. Even your body, even your health gets better. Because 90% of your health is all due to what? Your emotions, how you feel in spirit. Yeah.
I believe that. Yeah.
Because you're quenching your spirit.
Yes, and everything in the group that I'm in, my mentor, he teaches equity. So equity is from our creator. And you have to be in honor and you have to have clean hands.
Oh my God, y'all gotta give me these equity classes. Like, y'all ain't heard about them? Man, listen, at the end of the day, equity is the answer for all this stuff that we doing on the private side.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Jennifer, just to touch on the subject very shortly. When you go to look for a life partner, ask him. Right? What I want you to do is write it down. Say, I want him like this. Every detail. If you want tall, long hands, big feet, so in case you're drowning and you need him to jump in and get to you quick to save you, you know what I'm saying? Think happy thoughts. Be positive. I'm serious. Think about everything you want. Hey, to know the truth, to have this knowledge that I'm acquiring. Just write it all down and say, this is what I want. And every day, once you pray and say, God, I want this, then every day say, God, thank you because you gave me what I wanted. See, a lot of us, and I would say a lot of us I used to do that. I used to ask God for the same thing over and over and over and over again. God must have been in heaven like, man, I heard you the first time. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I pray about something else. I got you. What does that say? Little faith. But when I tell God, hey, I want this, and then every day I thank him for it, I'm showing him that, hey, I believe in you. I believe that that's mine already because you just said ask and I shall give it and shall be given.
I believe it's already yours.
Yes. See what I'm saying? So just write it all down. Boom. What you want to see your son do in life, or what you want to see him progress, what you want to see him his knowledge and everything. I'll tell you another quick story. I have a family member that was involved with somebody for many years when they had offspring together. But this person cursed their offspring every day. Every day. Okay? And a lot of people may not agree with me, and I don't care because I'm not here to satisfy other people's minds, okay, in this aspect. I don't believe in the LGBTQ community. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna elaborate on that. That's all I'm gonna say. But this person cursed him and called him
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
The F word and the Spanish, and that's what he is today.
Wow.
How many times did you hear the vine say the power of words?
The power of words are real.
See, the Bible says that with our mouth, with our tongue, we either bless or we condemn.
Yep.
That's why. What does it say when you get arrested? Anything that you say can and will be used, you what?
Against you.
Against you.
In a court of law.
Yeah.
In a court of law. You eventually can get to one, and then it says what? The truth shall set you what? Free. See, remember that saying, things that make you go, Oh, every day, I tell my son and my daughter, why do you guys do silly things? You guys are so smart. You guys are bright. You guys are intelligent. You know how many times I tell my son and daughter, I love you?
Probably not as much as I tell my son. My son is my miracle baby. My miracle baby.
I got two.
I got one, and he's my miracle baby.
I have two, so I think I got you beat.
I wish I had more than one. I think I don't.
Look, there you go again. I wish.
I wanted
Stop with the wish.
Kids.
Start with the wish and say, God, you know what? Write it down. Start believing.
I'm turning 50. What do you think I was gonna have?
There you go. There you go again. And that's it again.
My eggs are going.
There you go again. You're killing yourself even more. We just talked about the words. Hey, look, you're burying yourself. Stop it. But you know what? I'm gonna be the most fertile person for when God has my life partner with me. We're gonna have another 5 kids, and I'm gonna be happy. You know what I'm saying? Stop crippling yourself.
Half the time I talk, I be playing. I really don't think that way. I mean, my father was born from my grandmother at 57 years old. So I know it's possible. I'm playing when I say that. It's just my son he really was in my head. He's my miracle baby. I had prayed for him for 20 years, and I ordered him up just how he is. God gave me exactly what I wanted, and I did do that. I said he was going to be the way he was, and he is exactly how I wanted him.
And if you want more, just ask. Just do it in honor.
Even down to his hair. I mean, I told my friends I'm having a baby that has Cupid hair. You know what a Cupid doll is? Remember Cupid dolls? I know Divine.
No, I'm not that old now. Now let me stop.
Cupid dolls?
No.
Sweet Pea, do you remember Sweet Pea's hairdo and Popeye?
Yeah.
That's a Cupid doll hairdo where they're bald and they have the little squiggly on top, the little hair that pops up, the squiggles. I told my friends I ordered my son all the way to the Cupid hair doll from when I was a kid. That's what my baby was going to come out like. She's like, there's no way your baby's Mexican, like part Mexican. He's going to come out with this full black hair, And I said, no, he's going to come out with blonde hair with little Cupid doll. And sure enough, my baby was born blonde, no hair, blonde like fuzz, peach fuzz, no hair. And like 18 sprigs, about 1.5 inches long, right in the middle of the top of his head. And it was a little squiggly, like Cupid doll.
My daughter has red, fiery hair.
Oh.
And everywhere I go, they go, is that your daughter? No, that's the mailman's daughter. No, yeah. And they go, she is so gorgeous. She's so beautiful. So you want to take her for the day?
I always say to those people, yes, I'll take them. And then when I start trying to walk off with their kids, they're like, I was just joking.
No, I'm not going to say I'm joking.
Tell me to take your baby, because
Hey, listen, I'm not going to say I'm joking, but she ain't going nowhere. She'll never leave my side. So the thing is this.
I've heard so many parents say that to me, like especially before I had my son, when I was told I couldn't have children. my friends and family, like, oh, I want a baby so bad. And they're like, oh, take mine. You'll return them. I'm like, okay, I'll take them. And as I'm walking out the door with the baby, they're like, oh, you ain't taking my baby. I was just joking. I'm like, I wasn't. I'm literally going to take this baby if you say take it. I wanted a baby so bad. But that was yours.
I have two of them, and it's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Me too. You saved my life.
Divine, do you have any children?
I do. I have my 15-year-old. She just turned 15.
Ooh,
Saturday.
girl. Jesus.
I know. And then my son is 23.
Wow,
So he's out of the house.
gap right there.
Yeah. He's I was I'm 45, so I had him when I was 21.
So I'm older than you.
Yeah.
I didn't have mine till I was 34. That's when I first started having.
I was 38 almost when I
I
had
was
my son.
34 and 40.
Mhm.
Well, that's good. And you know what? And you were in a good spot in your life too when you had.
I always said I didn't want to have children till I was
Financially, right?
till I had set myself up to be financially correct.
Yep.
Because when the wife, see, my wife doesn't, she helps me out a lot tremendously. I mean, I don't deserve, and I say it, I shouldn't say that, but I say that because you would understand what I'm saying. My wife, she is super awesome. She helps me so much, but then I help her out as much too. And one of the best things for a husband to do is to keep his mouth shut. And I say that, and with all due respect, because a lot of people will say the wrong things and really emotionally hurt their life partners, not understanding what they did.
Mhm.
I'll tell you something that freaked me out today. I was watching this video, and it was a veteran suffering from PTSD. He unalived his wife, he unalived his mother-in-law, and he unalived his father-in-law.
Oh no.
All because pissed him off. He snapped, and he literally said, I put 2 pew-pews in each of their heads. And then called and turned himself in and said, I know I ruined my life. Mm-hmm.
Why do people do that kind of stuff? I don't understand that.
Because of their state of mind and what they allow their state of mind to be in.
Mhm.
It's literally that. I could never think about doing that. I love my family too much. And my wife, she's German. She's blonde hair, blue eyes, 100% white girl. Okay, what they call white, Anglo-Saxon, whatever.
Mhm.
My son, pale white, blonde hair, hazel eyes. My daughter, red hair, green eyes, or whatever. They don't even really look like me. They do and they don't.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But God has blessed me. I look at it as such a huge blessing. And my wife, German, she didn't know how to cook Puerto Rican food. Divine, she cooks arroz con gandules, chuleta. She cooked empanadas.
Pisada?
Huh?
Huevo pisada?
Everything.
Oh, I'm coming over.
Everything.
Huh?
But I taught her how to cook, and she learned. And then on top of that, not only does she know how to cook my style of food, but she also knows how to cook her style of food. Pure German food. I love it. And her dad raises buffalo, and we got buffalo meat, and we're blessed above and beyond. My son, his grandfather said, "Hey, I'm gonna take you to Alaska on a fishing trip. I ain't paying for nothing. You taking him? You paying for it? I got it. All right, cool." He took him. Paid whatever that could cost. I don't know. I don't care. None of my business. He came back with 50 pounds of salmon. Wild caught salmon that grandpa paid for him to bring it back.
Nice.
trust and believe in God. I may not have a lot of fiat money right now, but I have what I need. We got fresh chicken eggs, got milk, we got meat, we got well water. We don't have city water. If I was to complain, I'd be ungrateful.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I believe and I trust in him. Again, I don't have a lot of fiat. I don't. I have to sit here and make nothing up. But what I do have is a lot, and I give for what I have. But be careful of the people that are saying, "No, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. You're going to make this much, and you're going to get this. You're going to get that. Hey, but give me a donation."
Mhm.
Hold up. If you're making so much money, why are you asking me for money?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know what I do? Hopefully nobody gave me any gifts. But they did. See?
Yes. Well, I just put likes on your thing.
And I appreciate that. And I thank the people who ever gave me the gifts. But I tell people all the time, don't give
Tell
me
by
gifts.
just tap into 7 and it'll tell you who gave you gifts.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Dana Howard and James Moore and me.
But, okay, what I tell people is this. Don't give me gifts. Keep those for yourself. I tell people all the time, I don't get on TikTok and I talk sometimes for you to give me gifts. No, I don't want that. I don't need that.
But they're credits. I'm just joking.
They're there. Amen.
I'm playing because that same person you're talking about says that.
I don't know if you're really catching on who I'm talking about, but
I think I know who you're talking about.
yeah, I lost 100% respect for them. They're fake. They're a liar.
You mind giving me an initial? Am I close to knowing who they are?
I'll talk to you. I'll tell you in private.
Okay.
But the thing is,
I only know kind of what he's talking about because he's already used a couple phrases that they use.
correct.
Yeah, and there's only a few people that I've seen on there that use those phrases.
And I'm going to call you. But a lot of people say they're going to call
I
you.
pay attention a lot to what people say.
Some people say they're going to call you. Some people say they don't.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, when I'm on a live and I'm hearing you say, "Hey, I gave so and so much money, but I didn't really have it." How can you be out here telling people I'm going to help you make $10, $20, $30,000 a week?
What?
Yet you're saying that you don't have nothing to give to somebody else. How does that compute?
Sounds like bullshit.
Doesn't.
Hey, but I don't say that word. I try not to. When I get mad, I do say bad words, and God forgive me. But yeah, I just want to really call him out on this BS and really blast him.
Like I said, a lot of times I go into that live you're talking about. I learn a lot more from the people in the chat. Because I read the chats when people ask questions and stuff.
That person don't even have the ability to go live now.
Oh no.
Nope. So I don't know if you're on the same page with me.
Oh yeah, I've seen that person was on the live with someone else's.
Oh yeah, they can do that, but they haven't been on their own deal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that.
Sooner or later, people are gonna catch on.
Mm-hmm.
People will catch on, and sometimes it'll be too late for certain people.
Mm-hmm.
They keep on saying, "Give." Why are you asking if you're making $10,000 a fucking day? God, see, I just said something I didn't want to say. Nah, forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if I'm making 10 racks a day,
That's why in the Bible says listen to everything and push out what you know is BS, or not. It doesn't say that, but when you know it's not right, get it out of your
it sound good, and then they disappear.
And they ride on the coattails of the people who do know what they're talking about in their lives. That's what they do. I've been seeing it.
I just don't
There's a
know
lot
how.
of smart and very intelligent people that know what they're talking about on those very same people's lives.
Now I'm gonna tell you.
Deceived a little bit, but they're just trying to share their knowledge.
That's the thing. I don't know how he has certain people bamboozled, but I'll say this: there are certain people, and I understand and respect somebody saying, "Hey, I don't, you know, I don't ask for a lot, but I am gonna ask for my time is worth it. So I require this much to teach a class."
Right.
And so as long as you could see, but that's you're in the other. You're not trying to deceive.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when you come to me like that, I respect you. And if I have to make the decision at that point, okay, do I have enough to invest in myself more? And do I feel like I'm going to gain something from this? Or do I sit back and just listen and wait for the right time? And I told you, there was somebody that teaches a whole class for a whole month and then some and continues to teach you. And he called me up. He said, "I'm going to give you the class." And I respect him for that. I'll say his name. His name is Ampu.
I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
I've never heard of him. Yeah.
He's really good. He's really good. Like he knows
Yeah.
his stuff.
Yeah, he does.
And he's pretty
And,
like
and, I, and I respect him because he has every right to charge for his class.
Yeah.
But God put it in his heart to bless me, and he did that. He did that. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one.
right. Yeah, I've been on his lives quite a bit. I like listening to him.
So the thing is this, there are people out there that are genuine, that are good. You just really have to have discernment. You really have to pay attention.
And it is hard though. I mean, it's hard to not just not pay attention because I could see a lot of the bad people out there. I could already see it right away, but it's hard to see what who's really saying exactly what is there because you're wanting your all this information is coming running in, flooding in, especially to someone like me that doesn't really know how to study right or even know where to start. And there's really no starting place. I jumped in a couple weeks ago and I have never like got to like the very beginning other than the people that put out there some certain steps and stuff, but I'm talking about like where do you start? Like start. Like I'm not talking about steps like go get this, go get that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm so confused sometimes when I listen to all the information because I'm retaining some of it. I'm not retaining some of it because my brain is like going, wow, I can't even understand half those words. Or, so I've been just writing words that I don't understand so I can look them up and start, there.
Hey, you know what the first step is? Believing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I do believe in that. I believe that
Believe in yourself.
This will work, and I can make it happen.
Believe in yourself more.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know, get together with Divine and she'll probably, the reason I say that is I don't know what she can lead you, but I believe she can.
I need to lead me to the kindergarten class. So I can start in the beginning, like right in the very beginning. Like
Divine. You got a book with pictures in it?
Do I have a book with pictures in it, like, of mine?
No.
Are you really taking me back to that stage?
Yo. Oh, man.
No, like the like when you're a baby, it's just like pictures like car, no more just car. He's trying to say I need like a picture book of how this process starts.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
this. I'm going to chime in for one split second, then I would love for you to keep on talking. When Jesus told the disciples, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's,
Yeah.
and unto God what is God, she just said what it is. The name, the estate, none of that belongs to you.
Nope.
You got to surrender and give it back.
Yep.
Then you're free. Then you can walk in freedom and have an abundance because you're free and not bound.
Bound by statutes, rules, and codes. So my mentor teaches it's called subrogation, and that's suretyship. So in scripture, it's Proverbs 11:15. It specifically says, "Do not become a surety for a stranger," and the stranger is that all caps name. So like, there's so much aligned with scripture and what we're doing that it's like, whoa, it even speaks about the name change. It's just
Where? Oh, time out.
You said it earlier.
Where does it say that?
Hold on, I'll pull it up. Hold on. You gotta give me a second. Get it for you.
Oh, divine. You looking in the book? Come on, ain't supposed to have that. No, I'm kidding.
No, I don't have it right off the top of my head.
I'm kidding.
Like it's 3:30 over here. I'm so tired.
So divine, do you have a significant other also?
Yes.
So he's ready to probably get upset because you're.
No. He's actually he'll be home shortly. He should be home shortly.
Oh.
Yeah, he's still working.
Writing down my significant other.
I'm serious.
I'm going to. I'm gonna do it. I believe it's true too, but I never thought about doing it that way.
No, you gotta write down. So that's how manifestation was. That's what it's on.
You ever hear the process of 369?
Yes.
Look at the Bible. How does God operate with what? Numbers.
Oh, he even has a book of numbers.
3 days he created the heavens. No, 6 days he created the heavens and the earth. 7 is a number of perfection. There are 3 that give testimony in heaven. When he built the tabernacle, it was 10 poles this way, 10 poles that way, 10 poles this way, 10 poles that way. It was 40 total. Everything is numbers. 144 chosen. 12 disciples. Come on now. And they all have meanings. It's very deep. And then 12, right? Why 12? Perfection, right? What is perfection? Father, Son, Holy Spirit. There are 3 that give witness. When he sent out the 12, what did he say they were? Witnesses to Christ. But nobody reads. And if they read, they don't ask who, what, where, why, when, and how. You gotta ask all those
I'm here for some scripture groups to hang out with.
Nah, don't do that.
No.
You don't know what they're gonna be teaching. They might take you down a rabbit hole you don't want to go down.
Just reading out the Bible and that's it.
So you have Revelation 2:17. Whoever has ears of hear what the Spirit says to the churches, to the God who is victorious. I will give some of the hidden manna. I will also give that person a white stone with a new name written on it, known only to the one who receives it.
Oh, yes.
And didn't he give Abraham a name? Abraham a new name?
Correct.
So it speaks about the new name. And wasn't Paul that has a new name too?
No, Peter.
Peter, yeah, Peter.
He said, Peter, your name shall be now, what was it? Basically, it meant the rock.
Yeah.
Boy, they love you guys because now you just created security so they can make money off of you.
Sorry, but it's alright, but I'll find your way right here and everything, but I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby.
Paper for 30 days.
4 weeks.
Yeah, for 4 weeks to make sure no debts were owed to him, no debtors were going to be I guess it was since he's not running from nothing.
Right, so basically you would, you put a notice of intent to the newspaper.
Right.
You also notify the Attorney General, you notify the...
Well, we didn't do that. Back then, all they said he had to do is put his name in the paper, and they did. They put it in the paper, his name, and no one came forth saying, "Oh, you owe me this, that, whatever." And then after the 4 weeks, we went back to the judge's chambers, and we didn't go to court, like in the
Right,
courthouse.
it's not in court, it's done in chambers, yep.
Yes, we went in the chambers with them, and they said, okay, since, no debtors came, no people came forth saying you are owing them big money, whatever, you're running from anything, we'll grant you your last name, which was already his last name. Like I said, his name was that on his birth certificate, or it was on his, not his birth certificate, they altered it. He had to go back and go get a birth certificate. They had altered his birth certificate. His stepdad's ex-wife worked in the Social Security office, so she did something. But that's how we did that. And I don't know when you said you have to change your name, if that's exactly how you do
Yeah,
it.
it's similar, but you don't, you're changing it to the proper spelling, proper grammar.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
You're doing that to honor your spiritual beliefs, right? Religious beliefs, your creator, however that aligns with you, and to honor your mother and your father. You know, not to avoid any public debt or prosecution. That you've been greatly prejudiced by the doctrine of item sonans. So that's the kind of notices that we put together.
So that's how, when you were talking about the name change and saying the process and this and that, I was thinking, is that the way it went?
Yeah, that's how it goes. Yep.
Okay, because that's how we went through that, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm like, I know a little bit.
Yep.
Okay. So at least I know that process when I get to that process, but I don't know where to start with this journey. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna start with, trying to study right now. I'm trying to study and learn, and then I don't know where to go from here. Like, I know I've heard people talk about, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, and it all is so confusing because I wanna be like, I want to be not how they, of my birth school. I don't want to be like that. I want to be separated from that.
Separated from what?
From my birth certificate. I don't want to be my all caps name.
Right. So you're basically creating a new name, right? So, I mean, the birth certificate is not bad. It's the name that.
Right. The name on the birth certificate. Right.
Once you change the name and you separate yourself, you're gonna move that certificate into trust.
Right.
There's a few things that you have to do before that. You've got to surrender it, like he was, what Igor was saying. Sam, I think his name's Sam, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's surrendering, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
making copies of it, sending it to the different the treasurer and all that. Is that?
There's so much more to do though than just that.
I know that's where I really do need to probably, maybe my thing is I need a mentor so I can have someone to mentor me through this, because like I said, I'm so lost and I don't want to be led down. I don't want to be led down the wrong road, and I do find myself being very trusting towards some people until they pretty much screw me over. You know what I'm saying? Because like I grew up in very small towns. We all kept our doors unlocked. We were all trusting of who was in the town, and I moved to the big city when I was like 12, and I remember moving to a big city and just like I couldn't believe all the hatred and all the dishonesty, and it was like another world to me, because I grew up in such a small, trusting little environment. I felt like I was bubbled in a way. I truly did, because I didn't realize how much hatred and horrible people how they could be, because I grew up in a small town that everyone was so nice to each other, everyone took care of each other, everyone helped each other. It was so awesome, actually.
Look,
and then I moved to the city, and it was like I went to school, and I couldn't believe how the kids acted and just people acted. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, like, who do I trust? Because every time I turned to someone, I was like, oh yeah, we're friends, and the next thing you know, they're stabbing me in my back. And, I was like, what the? I thought they were decent people, good people. But yeah. And now I'm in this, and everything I try to do, it seems like I get led down all these crazy roads of, wrong roads half the time. And it's like, by the time I get to the end of the road, I'm like, okay, now I got to start all over again, because I didn't see that coming, or didn't do that right. And
yeah, well, on this journey, you'll learn discernment is huge. Able to discern. And what I've come to know being on this journey is everything has played out exactly the way it was supposed to play out for me. So I'm grateful for all of the, trials that I faced, on this journey, because it led me to where I'm at now.
Right, of course, that's true.
And
you learn from your mistakes, and I have learned from my mistakes. Believe me, I have totally learned from tons of my mistakes through my years of growing up and trusting people. But sometimes I still fall into that same. I want to trust people. I want to trust that they're saying the right thing, and I mean, it sounds all plausible in my head because I don't know. Like, if you don't know, sometimes you don't know if you're hearing the right or wrong.
Right.
Right, especially when people have such a quick tongue. Like, you ask a question, they have a quick answer. They know they've been practicing it, or they've been preaching it for so long that it's like second nature almost to them. And it just seems so good. And, not maybe too good to be true, but it just sounds so good.
Well, I can say my mentor, he shows you everything that he's talking about. So So yeah, this stuff is backed up by pure equity.
Mm-hmm.
So
How long have you been doing this?
I started with trust and equity a little over a year. But I started with W4 and doing sending in W4s and stuff like that, and I had a couple results with that, but then we moved into learning trust, where he has trust classes, and then equity. Moving right into equity. So you can't. So the whole part of equity is, again, that name's not us, right? So we have to correct those mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
We're in sin.
Okay, so what do you mean by mistakes? Like all your debt that you collected?
Hey guys, excuse me real quick. I just want to say good night. God bless you. I'm like literally falling down. I'm like,
That's
okay.
okay.
It was an honor. Well, if I fall down, it's gonna hurt. It was an honor. Divine, it was an honor meeting you.
Yes.
And I will send you a DM with my phone number.
Okay.
So we can get to talk. And it's always good to call me. Even though I go to bed now, I'm still gonna wake up about 7, 8 o'clock. And then it's 2:30 where I'm at right now, like 2:40 actually, 43.
Mm-hmm.
And then I always wake up early, but then I go to work kind of late. I do like a second shift because I do things with my children here in the morning, and then I go. So it's all about them. So, but anyway,
I will send you my number too, and we'll figure out a good time to talk for sure.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me and enlighten me. And
thank God, not me.
I appreciate you being there to explain some things to me. And I do thank God for it too, for putting you guys into my life. I do.
Have a great night. Go ahead and drop me Divine. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Let me send him my number really quick.
He wants you to drop them out
Oh,
of the box.
okay. Alright, I dropped them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so really quick, equity and trust. So what you were saying earlier, we have to pay for our mistakes, like the fiat. So everything that we have acquired on this journey has been with money, right? Fiat that is not real. It's their money. They created that money.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with that?
Well, not really, but I don't have debt.
Well, Federal Reserve note is that.
Oh, you mean money? Like it's in dollar bills? Yeah. I mean, I don't have that either, really. I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, like I said with earlier, I live like paycheck to paycheck, and I work for cash. But every bit of my cash goes straight to my bills. And some days I don't even have all of that. So, like I said, I don't have debt. I don't have like a bunch of credit out there. Like I have credit cards, but they have zero balances on them because I don't spend money I don't have, or credits that I don't have. I've never been one to like go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not a shopper.
Well, I
lot of stuff to, like, I don't know if that's what you're talking about for sure, but.
Yeah, well, I can assure you, anything that you signed your name on,
Mm-hmm.
since you can ever sign your name on anything,
Mm-hmm.
created debts, right? Whether you're in possession of that right now or not, your signature you abandoned, that so your signature, like let's say for example you acquired a home, right?
Years ago, my ex-husband, he did, yeah.
Right. So with that one signature that was monetized and turned, so if you paid, let's say, $400,000 for the house, on the private side, that signature was securitized and monetized and turned into maybe about $15 million dollars, right? Credit on the private side.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to just go back and give notice and how do I say this? You said you don't want to be surety for a stranger, right? And that's where subrogation comes in. So you pass the liability back to the creator of the debts, which was who's at the top of your birth certificate.
My mother and father.
Top.
The state.
The state of what?
California.
So the state of California and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So you pass the liability back to them.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do you pass it back to them, but you also now step into the shoes of the creditor. So you go in and you collect all of the interest that was acquired from anything that name was put on.
Mm-hmm. So how do we find those things though?
You have to go accounting. What?
Like besides like your credit report and stuff like that.
Well, you order the accounting. So there's steps to it. There's a lot to there's things to do. So you would, after you have done subrogation and substitution and contribution and exoneration and your name change, then you would go and create a bill in equity. And the bill in equity would be where you go to a chancellor and you have a chancellor order the accounting on the Social Security card and on the birth certificate, and which leads up to every account you've ever signed. Make sense?
Yeah, actually, that makes almost like perfect sense.
Yeah, and that's exactly
when somebody puts it like that. I mean,
that's exactly how it is, and it sounds. And here's how equity works. You only have to learn 20 equity maxims. That is it. That's how God works. With all this other crap that people are out here teaching, the statutes, codes, the USC codes, all the UCCs, that's over like 50,000 codes.
That's too much for my brain to compute.
You can't learn that shit. That's
like not the average bear like me. I mean, I always joke around, but I always tell people my brain has my Rolodex has been full since 1985. Like whenever I gotta relearn something, I gotta delete something.
Yeah, but God's not hard. You know,
like when I hear all these people talking about the UCCs and VCDs and blah, blah, I mean, this is so many numbers and letters. I can't even tell you how many I heard in the last 3 weeks. I've been on these lives for about, I want to say this is my 3rd week. Okay, and I'm very brand new, baby steps, brand new. Like I heard about this before years ago, but I never I just kind of brushed off like, said, I was praying to God, telling him like, talking about my problems with the house stuff that I got going on, and just trying to like, I just wanted to learn a way to free myself from my ex, free him from his obligations here that he doesn't want to be in, and like I'm praying for both of us to like get free of everything and be just, and I want to do things straight and narrow. Like all my life, I felt like I was twisting around the corner, doing things just not quite right all the time, and not doing nothing bad horribly to hurt someone in general like that. But I'm just saying, I've always felt like I've been just not 100% like what are you guys saying? With good intent of every time.
Right. And that's how we do everything.
Right. And I always feel like, and I prayed to God that weeks ago, before I got on these lives, I just prayed like, I just want to find something that when I do it, I feel like I'm 100% doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm not hiding from nobody. I'm not lurking behind the walls, trying to hear something I shouldn't be hearing.
Right.
I'm not doing anything, and I want to be out and open. When my mouth opens to say something, I want to make sure that I want it to be 100% real.
Yeah. Yep.
And I did. I prayed. I said, I want to make everything right. I want to do everything the right way. I'm tired of feeling like I'm always like hiding something, but I'm not, but I am in a way, like nothing that ever hurt anyone, but just, I feel like everything I ever did in life, there was always something that wasn't right about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I want to feel like my heart is whole and there's nothing but love and caring coming out. Like, and I truly want to do stuff like where I've always wanted to like the homes for humanity because I love to build things and I love to try to like, learn how to do different skills. I've always been like a DIY kind of girl.
Right.
I love tools and like stuff like that. But I always wanted to use it for mostly not for myself. Like a lot of times I'll be like, man, I don't want to fix that. You know how like a mechanic don't want to come home and mechanic kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I totally would love to like go out in the world and just like build homes for someone, or help clean up after tornadoes and stuff. Like just help people that are like so overwhelmed with heartache and hurt, and try to be that one. Try to pick up just one or two pieces for them.
Yeah.
That's what I always want to do with my life.
And you still can.
And I do, I can, and I want to, and I'm going to eventually, but I have to start in the small and fixing the stuff for me before I can even go out in the world to fix something for other people. That's what I was, like, like I gotta try to make my stuff right before I can go make someone else's stuff right.
Yep.
And like before,
Exactly.
I always thought, oh, I want to try to help everyone else, but I'm a caregiver. That's what I do for a living right now. I care for people. I was taking care of two people that had dementia, a husband and wife. The husband just passed 2 days ago. So I might be out of a job. I don't know. But I mean, that's what I've always done, is cared for people. Even before I got paid to do it, I was caring for neighbors down the block. I grew up in a small town where everybody cared for everybody. So it's like, that's in my heart too, to always help people.
Yeah.
So,
But then I have the same kind of spirit.
right, that's what I feel like, and I want to turn this, like, even like down the line after I get my stuff in order and my house in order, not my house, but like it starts with my house though, in my head, because if I can get my house in my name, and and everything, even if I had to leave the house, I don't want to do that because that would screw him too. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying not to do, is screw him over. Because he had an ex that screwed him over so much that he put that on me. Like ever since we were together, he's like, oh, you're trying to deceive me, screw me over. Because I did. Remember, I told you I wasn't always honest with stuff. when I did stuff like I did sales, and we already know what sales comes of. A lot of it's a lot of fast tongue stuff.
Yep.
You know. And he's seen that, and he would be like, "Oh, you're always trying to, get one over," and I'm like, "No, it's not like that. Like, I'm really just trying to make a living here, Like, but it was just, but he always kept saying, like, "You're gonna screw me out of this house. You're gonna screw me out of this. You're gonna mess my credit up. You're gonna screw me up. You're gonna do something." So I'm like adamant about trying to get this house in my name without screwing him at all. And because we do talk still, we're not in this kind of relationship where even though we're not together, we are horrible for each other. I still can have a decent conversation with him. I don't burn bridges like that.
Well, that's good.
But if I say certain things like that he don't understand because he's Puerto Rican, and there is a little bit of he speaks English, but he sometimes not good enough where he understands exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
To the point that he doesn't understand. Like when I was going to be late for that payment, I asked him, "Can you please let me speak to the mortgage company so I can talk to them about getting a deferral?" And he's like, "There's no such thing as a deferral. That's crazy. That they want their money now. That's all. They don't want it later. They want it now." And I'm like, "No, there is a they defer it like to the end of the payment, or there's different ways to do it, I'm sure, but there's a way, because I did it when I was with my first husband when we had the first house. We were going to be late, but the mortgage company told me about it, because I called and said, "Hey, we're going to be late on our payment." She goes, "Well, how about if I just put a deferral for you?" And I was like, "What's that?" And she's like, "Let's add the payment to the end and the interest, everything.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Okay, cool, let's do that." But back then, I didn't care about credits and stuff like that. I didn't care about our credit. I was just not wanting to be late for a payment, because that's my whole life. I was always brought up, don't be late on your payments. Don't pay your bills too late,
Yeah, we all were.
Right. So that's what I was trying to be like the best. I was young. I was in my mid-20s at the time. I wasn't like I am now. I mean, even now, I still don't want to be late. Before I got with this group and these groups on here and started like learning about credits and fiats and shoots and thingies and
Still trying to figure out what group he was saying, or what group. I'm trying to figure out what group makes $30,000 a day or something.
it's how many people are in here? Mine says 7 people are in here.
Yeah, mine says 5.
Well, then, and then I push on the thing and it says there's only 5 people in here, or 4 people other than you.
Yeah.
But
Well, with me and you, there's me, you, and then there's 3. So it's counting us too.
right. But mine has 4 people on the lineup when I open up the thing. When I hit that 7 up at top, it has 4 people. And one of them's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So but yeah. So anyway, the people that are saying that, I mean, I don't know. Do you get on those lives a lot? Like all the
I try to try to help people comprehend what the hell's going on, but I don't know if they, it's people are so caught up in their realm or what they believe to be real, they don't want to hear about equity.
Right. Well, that's what. I mean, I've been seeing that with a lot of different things. Like even if you come in with a different point of view at all, some of them don't want to hear it at all. Like, I mean, at all. Like they don't want to debate properly. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
they just want to get all crazy with each other sometimes, and then just like what happened a little earlier. As soon as that one guy came in, I kind of already knew he was here to start crazy stuff, because I heard him on another live do the same thing. Like just the way he was condescending the stories, you know what I'm saying? like I already heard it in his voice. He opened his mouth and got to really get to talk for a few minutes. There came trouble.
Right.
You know, but hey David, how are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
We're fabulous. Well, I'm fabulous.
I'm great, thank you. So I need 1 minute. I have to use the potty, and I guess I can put my camera around. Oh, there we go. I can shut it off for a minute.
Yeah, you can shut your camera off and you can shut your sound off if you wanted to.
Okay.
So I think once I get my house in order and get my stuff that I feel like that it will be more of a foundation for me to stand on and then I start moving to the next steps and the next steps. But I need to know where those steps are, and I would like to know where those steps are. I don't want people to do things for me at all. Like I want to learn this 100%, learn it, but I want to be guided in the right direction to the right paths at the right times, and maybe I'll take my own routes the wrong way too. I'm sure everyone does, but I need guidance, and that's where I don't feel like I'm finding that much with all the chaos. It seems like with the different people, the different ways of doing things. I'm trying to like grab straws from 1,000 different places, and when people say, "Oh, you guys put it all together," I feel like I got all these thousands of straws, and it's like playing pickup sticks.
Hang on. So, like, do you feel like you've been misled in the way you're supposed to project your future life?
No, not misled per se. I mean, I'm sure there's some people out there trying to mislead me and everyone else. 100%. There's always someone out there that's trying to mislead you the wrong way. I'm saying when
No, but like you came to this point in your life right now in current time and space. Like, do you feel like at some point you went wrong in your life to get you where you are, or you did right in certain aspects based off of what happened before that? Like, I mean, literally, like we all have a past.
Oh, 100%. I went in the wrong paths, and it led me down the wrong ways, and I'm here now, and I don't think I would ever change anything about my past. I don't ever regret things that I've done. I mean, I don't feel good about some of the things I've done in my life. Don't get me wrong. I have, I know when I did things wrong, it was wrong, and I feel guilt for that, things that I've done wrong. But no, I don't regret things because everything that I've done wrong brought me to who I am and what I am at this moment in time. I'm not worried about what my past was. I'm more worried about where my future goes. I look forward, not backwards. I mean, yes, sometimes I reflect on my past. Don't get me wrong. I think everybody does to a certain extent.
Yeah,
I reflect on my past a lot because I learn from it over and over again. Because sometimes when I tend to almost forget things that I did wrong, sometimes just going back and having a little flashback memory will be like, okay, don't do that again. Remember you did that. You already been there, done that. It's another teaching moment again.
We all learn from our past,
right?
And our past brings us to where we are.
I'm not worried about my past ever. Really, I mean, yes, sometimes I joke about my past. Don't get me wrong, and sometimes
no. But do you think that, like you say, you learn from your past, and are you fearful of like the lessons you learned from your past will inhibit the way you perceive your future?
Sometimes I think sometimes I do, but I still always look forward and I make I mean yes I sometimes I try not to doubt because I really don't do doubt very well. I mean sometimes I sound like I'm doubting, I think, but it's mainly because
it's okay because like we like you said we've all learned from our past, right?
Uh-huh.
And so, like, what are you doing to better yourself, to educate yourself for how to build a better future?
Well, every day I try to educate myself to make me. I'm reading. I'm listening. Mostly listening. Like I'll sit on these lives that I'm going in now. Like I'm trying to learn so much. Like I said, I'm going to everybody's lives. Whether I feel like sometimes the people.
Hey, let me stop you there. Is you always like when it comes to educating yourself, you have to find the right references that build who you think you want to be. And
Exactly.
if it's just TikTok lives,
I got
gonna learn
the
nothing.
books.
No,
I'm on Discord. I'm on different. I'm on different sites. But I'm saying when I do come on TikTok lives, and I come across these lives that are in the same subject of what I'm learning, I will go on their lives, no matter if I really think the person is that's actually hosting the lives are true or not to their words. People that come in their lives or are inside the chat are true sometimes. So I'll sit in there and listen and watch and read and pick up little straws and little tidbits from each and every person. Because if you look at a lot of times when I go in these lives, people jump around so much. They're easily distracted by one little word or one little question. I could be talking about or she could be talking about equity, and then all of a sudden someone else comes in and talks about their car loan, and then next thing you know we're on car loan stuff, and then someone else comes in and they're talking about their credit cards, and the next thing you know we're on credit card stuff, and it's like complete different subjects, all of them. We got all these different subjects, and then we got a tidbit of this coming from one person, and a tidbit of that coming from another person. Then you got the chat down here, chit chatting.
It's all about like knowing what your references are.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So literally, people always have stuff to say, but like, can they back it up? Do they have anything that you like? If somebody starts talking about car loans, okay, so how does Forbes think about it? Like the Forbes magazine, like what do they think about car loans? Like, do you have anything to give into that? Do you have a reference? Because people always talk. There's no shortage of people who can talk, but really it comes back to like, what are you referencing? Where's your reference?
Well, not a lot of these people are showing the proof is or anything, in anything I've ever done, because I go on other lives that have nothing to do with this, and I would always ask like, where's the proof? Like, can you show me just like a little bit of like, not being evil or nothing. Like, show me proof like that. I just go basically like I want to see some receipts.
Yeah, no, just
And
like
people don't always want those receipts.
Yeah, no, cite your sources, please. Just tell me where I can find that. Give me some evidence, or somebody who's smarter than you, me, or anybody else. Just give me some references so that I can look it up and I can learn more about myself and do individual research.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting my son up ready for. We're getting ready to go to work in an hour. We gotta let dogs out and stuff.
Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Fuck that life. You keep doing it, girl.
Yeah. Sorry, but I'm listening to you though. I am, and I understand what you're saying. There are people that are giving references out there because there's tons of books that I've already got PDFs for. I've got tons of templates and this and that, but putting all those straws together, I feel like all those straws, like the books, the PDFs, the everything that everyone says, read this, read that, look into this, look into that. Like, there's so many things that I've heard in 3 weeks, just 3 little baby weeks. I've heard a million different things to read and look at, and look this up and look that up. And I feel like all those little things are like straws in my head, or sticks. And then I'm like, they're all in a big pile on the floor. Like, which one do I pick up first without making another one fall down? Another one, like, it just feels like it's so much.
That's the fundamentals self education. Because trust me, there's a million and one things I want to pursue. Like I'm really good at math. I have a math minor, and which direction I go and what I study, like I don't want to study the wrong thing, and I conflict with that all the time.
Well, yeah, like she was just like Divine was just saying like some of these other people teaching about like all the this and that, the UCC's this that, like there's so many laws and this and that you have to learn, and I can't even function thinking about all of that. Like I'm talking like,
but it comes from it all starts like if you're talking about morality, it all starts with who you are, which direction you want to go. And like it's really easy, like in a morality sense, to kind of be like, how can I just touch on the easy topics and just see like what's in one direction or the other, and then if it doesn't align, I mean, of course that's easy to define, but like at the same time, like what is the best for you? Like I mean, honestly, I can't answer that. I'm not much of a theologist, and I'm really horrible at qualitative reasoning. So like I couldn't tell you what's best for you because you only know yourself, and if you don't know yourself, focus on that a little bit before you explore going outward.
right. Oh, 100%. I'm always trying to focus on myself. That's why I'm just telling Divine that I want to help other people. I want to like eventually be able to go out and do things for other people and help other people. But I feel like if I don't have my stuff straight first, it's not going to help anyone else.
I mean, if you don't have your stuff straight, you ain't gonna be able to help your kids. So like you got to get right. You got to get right within yourself so that you can help your kids. And then after you get right with yourself and your kids, then move on to figure out what direction you want to go. Because otherwise, you're just gonna be confused, helping yourself, helping your kid, and like that's okay to help your kid, help yourself, and you gotta suck everything in. Just you focusing on doing right by you, doing right by your kid, and then once you got that good to go, then by all means, go on and do start looking into other researches and other thoughts and because everybody's always going to have an opinion on how to live your life, how to raise your kid. But you know what? As long as you and your kid are comfortable, you're both fed, you're happy, you got a roof over your head, that's a good place to start. And that's where you got to start, as far as I'm concerned.
This process so I could get there because I'm always on unsteady ground because I feel like with my job, I mean, I love my job, don't get me wrong. I take care of people. I love taking care of people, but it's what I do is very unsteady because, like I said, one day they're here, next day they're not. Jobs it's not a job that's, I mean, yes, I can always find someone else to take care of, but it's hard in between. It's not always like that easy to click my fingers and be like, oh, I got another job today. Like, yeah, sometimes I do find jobs back to back. I've been very, very fortunate to find certain things, but sometimes it's always like I'm on rocky grounds and I want to get financially where I could be, where I could do that for almost like not for a job anymore. It's like for fun, just because I want to help people. For when because I want to do it.
You're going through the poor people's struggles. I'm right there with you, girl. I can't tell you enough about that.
Yeah, I mean it's reality. But I'm not worried about being like struggling. I mean I am, but I'm not. I let it go because I always put it towards God. God's got my back. He always has. And whenever one door shuts, He has always opened the door for me, every single time. But sometimes like how it says like God only puts on you what He thinks you could handle. Well, God must think I'm a real strong person, like because He puts a lot on me.
You're a rich person because He keeps giving me bills and I ain't got no money.
Right, like I mean, I'm just saying, like in general, I am trying to go through. Like I prayed for God to show me how to get this house straight because I'm in a kind of a predicament where I am paying for a house that I don't own, if so, and everyone that I know keeps telling me, oh, well, what if he just comes in and says, get out, and you paid 5 years for nothing? In reality, yes, he could do that. No, I don't believe he will do that because I have faith that he's not that type of person. But in reality, yes, he could come in here and say, guess what? You got to go. And I'm trying to get it where I'm on the mortgage, he's off the mortgage, and he wants to be off the mortgage, and I just don't want to screw him over. I just want it to be, but I'm trying to financially find a way to do that in a decent, possible way that doesn't make, so I can feel good. Like I was just telling Divine, I finally am a part of my life. I want to do everything that makes me feel good about what I do. Like I love taking care of people. I feel good about that. But there's been other jobs I've done through the years in my whole life since I was 15. I've been working that I felt like I was always hiding something, doing something wrong, not telling the truth, just swaying it just a little bit in my direction. It didn't ever hurt anyone per se. Like I never did anything to hurt anyone, but I'm sure it wasn't right all the time. Things I did. I'm trying to get everything I do right, whether it's job, everything I do. I want it to be, I want to feel good about it. I want to feel like I'm doing 100%.
Well, at
Good.
the same time, you understand that to do right by yourself and for those you love, sometimes you have to do wrong by others. You're going to offend people. And,
I know about offending people.
No,
yes,
yeah, we all know about that. But at the same time, like sometimes you have to set boundaries, like easy boundaries. Like it's very easy to see somebody who's doing wrong by you and say, no, that's a black. No, that's a like we're talking like black, white, gray areas of the way you approach life. Like you can easily identify who's not doing right by you, and you can say that's a black, that's a hard no, and then you can see those who are doing good for you, and you can give them an easy white. But then there's that gray area, and a lot of times it's family of just like they're good people, they want well for you, but at the same time you got to draw a couple lines, and that's the hard part is that gray area of just saying, hey, look, like you're good to go, but like at the same time, I ain't giving you money because I ain't got no money.
Right now I'm on this journey of doing things right, and I don't want to be led down the wrong roads anymore. That's where I'm at right now. I'm tired of going down the wrong roads myself, even because there's been many times that not only I've let people lead me down the wrong roads, but I've led myself down the wrong roads, and I'm done with that.
Haven't we all?
I want to just start fresh, and because I know I can start fresh every time. It's a new chapter, new beginning, new journey, and now I want to start this journey right and go in the right direction with the right people, and hopefully I get to the point where I can help other people in the same sense as what I needed help with.
But you said you have a kid, right? You have a
I
child?
do. He's 12 years old, yes.
Awesome. And there's nothing wrong with that, but like at the same time, like it's not, because I don't have any children, but I have learned that fundamentally when you have a child, it's not about doing right for yourself, but it comes down to doing right for your child. You give them the best possible outcome.
Yeah, everything I do is for him.
Yeah, and
every day.
You know better than I could ever tell you that it's not about being selfish about yourself. It all comes down to your kid.
Yeah, I know. Everything I do is for him. Every single day. I 100% believe that. Oh my gosh, it is storming. I have to walk out in this pretty soon. Dang it. Oh, sorry, I just heard the storm just start brewing. I'm in Indiana right now, and it's crazy outside right now. My son just woke up. I'm getting ready to go to work. I gotta be there in an hour.
Hey, you're gonna do a good job today, alright?
Heck
You
yeah.
woke up, got your kid going. You rock
I
that shit, girl.
never went to sleep, but that's okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got home at 12 o'clock from work. I got home at 12 o'clock, and now I'm getting ready to go back in 1 hour.
Atta girl. Rock that life.
Yeah. Yeah, I see your comments. Were you confused at what was going on in this live?
I was, I always have to enter any live with just questions and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So did you get any of your questions answered?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, this was a very simple live, and honestly, compared to some of the conversations I had, God, this was such a relief. Just to encourage a single mom to go keep doing what she knows how to do. Yeah, that's easy.
I appreciate your encouragement. I do. I appreciate anyone's encouragement because it is a tough job to be a single mom. Believe that. That's my toughest job
You
in
gotta
life.
work, you gotta take care of everybody. It's 24/7. You got it, man.
Well,
You got
luckily, I only have one to take care of, but in me. And sometimes I slack at that. Well, I have been slacking at that for a long time.
I mean,
but
hell,
my baby boy is always taken care of.
that's right. He got a roof over his head. He's got food in his mouth. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it that way too. And Divine, I'm gonna message you my number too. And if you have time, whenever you have time, I would appreciate for you to get a hold of me, and maybe you can talk to me more about your mentor a little bit more, and maybe we'll see if it is something that's right for me too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm falling asleep over here.
Yeah, I gotta get ready to get going out the door. My son, I just woke up. We're letting animals out, and I gotta feed animals and stuff before we leave. Because I do have a little rescue farm that I tend to as well. So I gotta make sure the foxes have food and everybody.
No worries. You have an amazing.
I appreciate you letting me on your live, and I came on for one question, got tons of answers and a lot of support.
That's amazing.
From people, which I appreciate, and thank you again, David. If you're still in here for your encouragement.
Yeah, he left.
I appreciate him and his encouragement, and everyone else's words of wisdom, Sam's and yours too. I appreciate you giving me, and you really did explain like just the basics. What you just did, it was almost as good as a picture book.
Good. You're right.
It really was.
Oh shoot. Well, I'm glad. And anything I can do to help, so just message me your phone number, and we'll get together during the week, and we'll figure out maybe a meeting where you can meet my mentor.
I appreciate that very much.
All right, you have a great day. I need to take a nap. I'm tired. I'll go to bed.
All right, you have a good morning.
You too. Thank you. All right, bye-bye. How do I end it? End the line.
My bad. You got to a point where you had an audience where people were buying your merch, and so you started up this merch page at whatever site you did. But then because you weren't coming up with enough, like you said, right now every month another new thing, they started to penalize you. Yeah, and so the money that you made and invested, eventually over time, you had to pay them because you weren't coming up with enough.
Well, sort of. They were covering the overhead. So I didn't have any money invested. What I had was time invested and my intellectual content invested.
Yeah, they're fronting you this to get the merch out, but then over time, it's still wrong though that they did that. Like,
yeah, that's why I don't use Zazzle anymore, and I've been hesitant to go with Caffeine Press or any other service because I want to know how they do things, if it's worth it before I get involved. I've been hesitant to put in the effort to not have any returns.
I've never heard of Zazzle, man. I've heard of other bigger ones.
They may not be around anymore, but they were one of the first to do stuff like that.
Yeah. No, and then depending on what part of the country you're at, like down here, we don't have Favor down here in my part of the country. We got DoorDash and, whatever. If I go up north to, a different part of the country, a different state out of Texas, they don't have, they do have DoorDash, but they have this other one called Favor. So the product printing, the product merchandising company you were using, they could change the way that they do business as far as taxing you is what they did to the point of where they depleted your resources that you built up on your own is what it sounds like what had happened, which is messed up.
Well, it was more like a fine, but yeah, if it helps us think of it as a tax, yeah.
No, they put it on paper to you as a fine, but they just, I don't know, man. I don't even know what the hell. I don't know what else to say other than that's messed up.
They basically were upset that I wasn't generating new content for them to sell fast enough.
Yeah, you weren't out there prostituting.
But that is not
the
agreement that I had with them. The agreement I had with them is that I would put my intellectual property, seals and images and so forth that I would make on there so that it could be on shirts and cups and so forth. They would take a profit margin, a larger profit margin, because all the overhead, the financial costs were their burden, but I would get a bit of the sales because that was my intellectual property.
The first thing that you said very respectfully and very professionally, you said, I'm not going to name the company, and I'm not going to ask you the name of the company. I'm going to go out on my own, and I'm going to tell you, me as an artist, as a very good illustrator, photographer, graphic artist, I use Corel and Adobe, I do logos, I make graphic design stuff, and back in 12, 13 years ago, dude, Threadless, bro, you got to get on Threadless Prime, you got to go put up your images in Threadless, and you can print out whatever you want, and you get money, and and it sounded like a really good, amazing tool, because I don't have a print shop, but I was just a lazy stoner guy that I never did it. And so what you're telling me, you haven't said that name, but what you're telling me is it's a company. I'm not going to use the name I just said over and over and over again, but that kind of sounds like that kind of internet contractual agreement is we're going to use your stuff and you don't own it anymore. And once you get in that list of, oh, you're with us now and you don't produce, then you got taxed and now you owe them money, and that's totally horrible.
No, I still own my content. Like, I could take my content down and they wouldn't have the right to use it anymore. At the time, like, they may have changed their policy since then. So I still own my content, but they were supplying the materials and everything to put the imagery and the graphics on. So they had the financial burden of it, and I got paid royalties for my intellectual property. But because I wasn't uploading new designs fast enough, even though that was never part of my contract, like, this is a policy that they added and that they did not tell anybody, and nothing that I opted into. They started taking money off the account because I was not actively uploading stuff anymore. Although it was never specified originally that I should have a quota, nor Was I given any notice of them wanting to negotiate a quota of activity on the site?
Yeah, they sneaky deep that stuff in underneath your doormat, and then one morning you were like, "Swoop, what is this?"
Well, at first they didn't do that. It was a policy change. So it was working out at first, and then they got greedy.
As an artist, from artist to artist, are you doing better shipping and receiving? And I guess shipping because shipping and receiving on your own, using your own, means. Having maybe you have to outsource a printer. Maybe now you got your own printing. Sublimation, whatever it is, screen, whatever it is you do.
I don't do anything like that anymore because I don't have the material or the finances for the material to do something like that. What I would like to do in the future is to get like a CNC mill and make metal seals and talismans, a little trinkets that I think that I could sell at neo-pagan and ceremonial magic festivals, especially if I take custom orders. Like somebody would design a seal for their practice, but they'd have to have that custom made. Well, I could make that for them. I don't currently have the room for such machine, but I would like to get one in the future if I'm able to procure the room or I move somewhere where I can have more of a shop to work on things. So it is something I've thought about. Right now, I'm more focused on my writing and my ideas and philosophies and getting them written down and preserved for future generations.
Yeah, man, big up to that, Hummingbird, bro. I know there was a couple little snags I had with you, and I do not have the information nor the education to square up with you toe to toe. Never would I ever, even if I did, because I'm just that kind of a guy. But thank you for your patience, man. And as an artist, you're talking about CNC machine, dude. That is a whole other world. You're talking about metal and
metal, wood, plastics, anything you can engrave. Yeah.
The CNC part of that, it's a metal little nub, little tool, little screw, little thing, and it is cutting away from a material, right? It's not.
They're like drill bits, but they're not just drilling into it. You'll have the machine move what you're working on, so it'll make a trace as you're drilling it out.
What does the CNC mean? I don't know.
So computer numerical control, which is just a fancy way of saying that a computer, you have a program where you have the design in it, and the computer turns that into the ones and zeros and all the math, and then tells the machine how to actually make that image on the material.
I kind of sort of relate what you're talking about because I took a computer-aided drafting class in high school back in 1996. CAD 5 was the course, and it did the same thing you were talking about. But it helped us to build, using the measurements, it helped us to build things, whereas, you're still building stuff, but you're like actually we were making little wooden houses. Whereas you're making these hard, tangible metal, in your case, like you said, what was the word you used right now? You said this amazing word right now that hit me right now was talisman. Talisman.
Yeah, like a talisman.
Yeah, dude, that is so cool. What is your Instagram, man? I want to follow you, and if you have one, I want to follow you.
I don't think I have. I had an Instagram. I don't know if I still have it, but I'm never on Instagram.
Well, God bless you for not being on Instagram. It could take away from a person's time in real life.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't watch a lot of television or play video games because I'm always busy doing something, either running gate at the fair or doing work at lodge or researching something or doing write-ups on points of history or philosophy. So I stay fairly busy.
I'm a nature boy, dude. I go hiking. I happen to live literally like a mile away from Mexico.
Yeah, I do hiking and bonfires. I used to do survival camping. Actually, did survival camping in the Tennessee backcountry.
You know what I'm talking about, man. Tennessee's got those rivers. It's got those nooks. It's got those. I know you guys call them hollers.
Yep.
And those are beautiful, freaking natural Tennessee, all through the Appalachia. These are these cool little nooks that you guys are blessed to have been born in, man. The hollers. We got something similar down here in South Texas. We don't call them hollers, but it's the same thing.
If they're a little path that winds in the mountains, like the side of a mountain, and typically you'd have the mountain on one side, and it'd be close to a stream or water source, because you'd want to build your cabin close to that so that you have fresh water. And also the vegetation that grows close to that, and then fish if you got fish, and that sort of thing.
You guys always got fish out there, man. You guys know how to hunt and fish and use your resources, man. I'm a country boy. I don't look like one. If I've ever put my video on, I got tattoos all over my plate, all over everything. I don't look like a country boy, but I was born on riding horses. We used to jump irrigation canals on our little bull taco dirt bikes back when I was a kid. Man, we used to eat rattlesnake jerky, bro. Rattlesnake jerky is delicious. the life of a country boy, man. It saddens me that most of Americans, male and female, little boys, little girls, they don't have the opportunity to just drive 2 miles away from where their mother and father's house is and be out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, most people have never collected fresh berries and made homemade cobbler out of it, and it shows.
Bro, I live in the house I grew up in the house I live in now that I inherited from my parents. Now it's a suburb, but when I was a boy, I'm 43 years old. When I was a boy back in 1992, I used to walk out the back gate of it's a little bitty house, man. It's nothing big. I used to walk out the gate of my house, man, and it was wood, and I used to shoot white wing, and I used to shoot rabbit, and I used to go fishing. There was a little lake, and I'd bring what I got back over here, and my older cousins that would live here. This is my grandma's house before I inherited it, and my grandma would be peeling that white wing bird and that rabbit, and we used to eat that stuff, bro. Like, it was amazing. Like, there ain't nothing better in this world than to learn the value of life and the transfer of energies from one living being to another. Like, those are things that every child, maybe not every child, because it was a little traumatic for me to see that rabbit get skinned. It was a little traumatic, but I learned what that was all about. I've worked in different. I'm a nature guy. That's growing up in nature conservation. I landed me a sweet little job for the past 16 years. God bless me. Working in nature conservation, and I see these children. They come off the bus when they get to the park, and they don't want to be out there hanging out. And the first thing they ask me is, "Sir, when are we leaving?" It's like, bro, you just got here, bro. What are you talking about? When are we leaving? Because they're not used to sweating outside. They're not used to not having their cell phone, man. Which the cell phone is it's a love and a hate thing, man. A cell phone takes a whole lot away. As much as it gives, it also takes away a lot of our experience. Like, if I'm in a place I've never been in, I'll be on my cell phone all day looking up a restaurant, an art museum, a historical landmark. But I could easily just put it in my pocket and ask the person in front of me when I get off of that plane or that bus.
Or I'll go camping places where I won't even. I'll go to places where I know I won't even have signal. It's like I don't want to deal with it. Just go out in the woods to get away from everything.
Yeah, man. But how? Like a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. How many people do that without their cell phone? You know, and nowadays it would be stupid to go out there without their cell phone, especially with, you know, like that guy, God bless him, that went out for that hike in the middle of nowhere and lost his arm, had to cut it off, you know. A group of other people came and found him, thank God, before he passed away, and they called 911 and got him, you know.
What do you have? Like flesh-eating bacteria, or he's like cut himself very bad, or?
They made a movie out of it, man. I don't remember what it was called. It was that movie. It was that famous actor, something, I don't know, DeFranco, I think, with this hiker. This young man, hiker, had a wife or had a girlfriend, you know, had family. He just woke up one morning and decided not to tell anyone because he was just going for a morning little hike. He just randomly woke up and said, I'm going to go for a little bitty hike for a couple hours. And he went to his favorite little place, and he fell. He fell into...
He fell into what? La Maria.
Hey, what's going on, brother? I was just listening to y'all, man. It brought me back to my childhood. I'm from Miami, Florida, Florida Everglades area down in Homestead in Florida City.
Man, goes off for
We
it.
ate a lot of stuff, like what she was talking about, like the rabbit, the alligator tail, the possum. Like when I tell people these things, they you know, kind of like what you say. You know, they kind of like, or they kind of like, you know, it ain't like how we came up. So I was just enjoying just hearing you guys speak of these things because we had a great childhood. Like nowadays, I don't too much see a lot of that going on. Most of the kids, it's like inside, you know, like how he said, it's too hot, it's too cold. They don't want to go get out in it. But I'm telling you, like he was saying them stories and he was jumping his bike over the canals. Same thing down there, you know, where I'm from. You know, we used to swim in the canals, which was dangerous, you know, as kids. But carry on. So,
Alligator is delicious, baby. I love alligator.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, turtle. Like I tell people that they, you know, but it's good.
Alligator is like on Thanksgiving, you know, when they cut up the meat and the meat's all mixed up, and you happen to grab that right piece of meat that has that perfect blend of white meat and dark meat and fat and gravy, and it's like the most. You eat it and you go right to sleep. That's what alligator tasted like to me, bro. It's like every single little piece of that fried alligator tail I had when I had it was like tryptophan times 20.
Then you let it soak in milk and beer first, right? Let it marinate.
I don't know how
different people did it different ways, but like one of the stories that he said about the rabbit or the hare, like I remember kind of similar stories, but I remember stories that made me sad at first. It was the possums, because like my uncles, and the way that they, you know, cooked them and stuff, they still had the head and the eyes. That's the only part I never really liked about that particular meal. But like the chicken, the rabbit chicken, like it tastes like chicken because we fried it like chicken. So like, yeah.
Got a good recipe for teriyaki rabbit somewhere.
Yeah, rabbit sure is out there. Because a rabbit tastes like, to me, if you had to compare it to anything, to me, closest to chicken. That's why I say chicken. It's not like totally chicken. It's kind of like a wild tasting chicken, you know, I guess. That's what they say.
When I had rabbit, I've only had it like 3 times. It was like really rich, dark meat from chicken, which is the tastiest part. I had it stewed with like carrots and potatoes. That rabbit was like dark meat chicken, which is, I like the breast also. You know what I'm saying? When it's not dry, but you can't compare a breast to a thigh or a leg. And then if you got the opportunity to mix it all up together in a little taco, whew, whew.
Hey, you never know when the time might come back to where we might have to get back to the old trapping. Like me and you probably know how you will go get these things. Even though I haven't did it myself, I have seen my uncles do things like that, my granddad do it. So like if I had to get down and dirty to survive on a survival level, which could possibly come one day, where we might have to go back to the earth, feeding on things like fishing. I haven't been fishing in a long time, but I know how to go get them water holes. You know what I mean? And just by knowing how to get to it and get it done to feed your family in a time like that, that's time.
That's what we were getting at with Hummingbird, with the hollers. The hollers is exactly that point where you got to get back in case of an emergency and feed your family. And the way Hummingbird was describing those hollers, man, those are like super secret family, sacred places where you get fresh water, food, and shit, what's the word I'm looking for? A hideaway is a holler.
Well, you got to know the lay of the land, and so knowing like what's going to grow on which side of the mountain, based on incoming rain and moisture and sunlight. Because here's the great thing about mountains: you can have a completely different ecology on the other side of the mountain, and so we have a great diversity of plant life in Appalachia, where my family's from. You have pokeroot, you have tanglegut, you have chickweed, you have chicken of the woods, like your hen of the woods, you have your morel mushrooms, you have all this stuff, and it's not just food, it's also medicine. So like the guy you were telling me about where they had to remove his arm, I gotta ask, well, what happened to him to where he'd end up losing a whole arm? Did an infection set in? Did he not use like the fluids of a rhubarb stalk to help heal his cut and to disinfect it and help it heal faster? Did he not use jewelweed if he had inflamed skin? I mean, these are things that you can use. It shouldn't get that bad unless you've got a pretty severe deep cut.
Yeah, stuff.
You gotta look at it. You got to see with you probably being in the culture of the tribalism, you probably know a lot more. But if you think about it, the average person wouldn't know. Like what the shaman would know. Like I would consider your knowledge as close to what we would call as a modern day shaman, because these things was passed on from the great shamans to the people to know what was medicine and what was edible food versus what was poisonous and what was
Native American tribes didn't use the word shaman, but yeah, like I am a medicine practitioner.
Right, more like what the you're like a medicine man, right?
Yep.
Right. So like with that being said, there's a lot of things going on within the tribes. Wouldn't you say, fathers, on this continent and the ones of the ancestors of like the ones that might have came from other places?
What was your question?
No, I just wanted to say, I'm going to clarify it more so you know what I'm saying. Okay. It's 575 federally recognized tribes, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Right. So with that being said, if you know that it's 575 recognized tribes, then how many unrecognized tribes are they? Do you know?
Well, unfortunately, there were many tribes that aren't around anymore. They just don't exist.
No, it's tribes
And
that's still around. They just not up under the Confederacy. They was
well, there's that too.
they was shunned up under the Confederacy. So like they're around. They just not federally.
Well, the Confederacy was actually fairly good to many Native tribes. The Confederacy was better to us than the North was.
Get out.
But you had tribes that also
Get down.
were displaced. They were, the tribal identity was going extinct, as it were, and they actually adopted
Get
into
out of shit.
other tribes. So, like for example, you take the
Now.
Cherokee Nation and you look at the Dawes and Baker rolls. Well, not everybody on there
Get
is actually
out.
Cherokee. They're Cherokee by nation. They're part of the Cherokee Nation. But you get to talking to them and their family, and they'll say, "Well, we're really the Ches, or we're really this tribe, or we're Achala Cha, and we were taken in by the Cherokee at some point in time during that process before the rolls were drafted."
Yes, that is correct. That there is many tribes that's like that. That's indigenous. Even my folk, like black folk, the Geechees of South Carolina, because I lived in South Carolina too, with the Blue Mountains. And it's so beautiful. But like how I say, there's also other tribes that's not being federally recognized, and it started happening during the 1700s of the what we would call in the modern times the quantum blood law, right? So we know in the 17th century there was no quantum technology, but somehow, in some way, it was
The
being
blood quantum wasn't
ratified.
really a thing until the late 1800s, and then really put into motion about 1906.
Right, the late 1700s going into the 1800s. So you can sort of say that.
Late 18, early 1900s.
No, I think it was the way that I said.
No.
See what I'm saying? I can't bend the
'Cause
truth for anybody.
Well, yeah, but you're not saying the truth, right? So blood quantum wasn't traditionally our way, and native tribes had their sovereignty, and it was starting to be stripped away in the late 1800s, and then again, especially around 1906, 1907, there were federal laws and movements and things going on.
Yes,
to where,
that's when it was
like
ratified,
the first Cherokee,
right?
no, so like the first Cherokee Nation out in that was out in what is now Oklahoma, right? It actually lost its identity, its sovereignty, was no longer recognized, and the Cherokee Nation that's out there now is the second one that's been out there. It had to be reestablished. Well, during allotment and blood quantum, again, those who fought against that unfortunately had lost, and it was solidified in 1906, 1907. You see work being done, which makes Oklahoma a state. Oklahoma was never supposed to be a state. It was always supposed to be Indian territory, Native territory. That's where federal blood quantum laws were forced on us, because prior to that, we were completely our own nation, our own sovereign people, and we did not have to answer to the federal government about how to regulate and recognize our people.
Correct. And with that being said, you can almost see where the splits came from when the Confederacy first was being indoctrinated inside was happening to be chosen. Right?
So there were essentially three factions, right? You had the traditionalist faction, which were mostly, well, they were purebloods, they were full native, and like I said, they were traditionalists. So the ways of the square and the medicine and the tribal covenant, and they were against slavery and often sided with Christian abolitionists. Well, you also had mixed bloods who they felt that the world was changing, and if they adapted a colonial, a European lifestyle, it would be better for them, their family, and their kids to come. And they didn't really care
about slavery one way or the other. They wanted that colonial lifestyle. If that came with slavery, fine. If it didn't, it didn't. They wanted a piece of that pie, as it were, that new life. And so, even though they were the Cherokee that had slaves, most of them ended up fighting for the North, because at the end of the day, to them it wasn't about slaves. And then you had a third faction, right, that were mixed, but they were traditionalists, and they said to the traditionalists, hey, you're right, we need to preserve our culture first and foremost, but we also need to understand the coming enemy, or you need to understand the coming enemy, because like we're mixed, we've seen it, we know you're not prepared for that culture shock and the cancer they're going to bring in. You're not prepared to be able to protect your people. We need to be learning new technologies and methods to protect our interest, right? So they took a middle path to that, because the hardcore traditionalists, they were trying to preserve their culture when there were movements to try to assimilate natives into a European culture, and they didn't want anything to do with quote unquote white culture or Caucasian culture, what we would call colonial culture. But those were the three primary factions. So, like I said, you had the traditionalists that were full bloods, and they didn't originally get into the war, but they ended up fighting for the North because they sided with the Christian abolitionists. Well, you had the faction that had slaves, but they wanted colonial life, and they ended up getting protection and fighting with the North. But the mixed blood faction that was also traditionalist, they were fighting for the Confederacy, because at the time the North would not allow natives to fight in the North. It wasn't until Digatagu Wadi, who was a Cherokee general, and then before that they were actually under General Albert Pike, and fought for the Confederacy and proved that they could be an effective fighting force, which caused the North to change their rules on that and allow natives to fight. So it opened the way for natives to play both sides and kind of stack their bets. But even though we did that, the North after the war still took half of our remaining land at the time. And that's what a lot of people don't know, is not only did you have the Trail Where They Cried, the Trail of Tears, but after that forced migration, that removal, the land that we were supposed to have in the aftermath of that, half of that got taken after the Civil War. And so why did the Cherokee that fight for the Confederacy, why did they fight for the Confederacy? Because you have to understand, the North was threatening to take more land, and they were starting to make good on their promise. The war delayed it a little bit. But the South was like, okay, we're going to protect you from that. Also, you're going to have representation in the new Congress, even though you're going to keep your sovereignty as tribal nations. And the war spoils we get, if that used to be your land, we're going to give that to you. So it was a pretty good deal. And that's why the Cherokee and the other five, the Cherokee is one of the five civilized tribes, so the other four entered the Civil War fighting for the South. And they paved the way for natives to then fight for the North as well.
Okay, with that being said, like it dates back to my first question. Okay, when they picked tribes, finally, and we understand all the history behind it, and then we do understand that there is other tribes, existing tribes that some rather recognize and some rather not recognize because they're the only recognized tribe. But the ones that know the true history knows that we live in the 21st century. Don't you think that it's time for that 575 to go back to originally how it was before some so-called Confederacy, and when we was all together, and then by a colonizer because something was favorable, because like how you said, it was favorable and it wasn't a bad deal. To some, I can see why they think like that. But to others that might not be in that status quo, I can see a conflict of interest. That's the only thing that I want to point out. But yeah, carry on.
Well, look, so like if they're actual native and they belong to a tribe, they will know their own. Like, I don't feel it's for the federal government to recognize them or not recognize them. Now, if you are federally recognized, you can get benefits.
No, it's not
we
for
don't
the
really
federal
get
government. It's for us, the original natives. So
No,
when it comes down to people like me and you, like and the other tribes that don't
that's what I'm
recognize other
saying.
tribes,
That's
like
what
I
I'm saying.
said,
We
because I see the
recognize.
clash, and like, and I know you know the clash, and if you were a true tribalist, you know about what I'm saying about how
I'm not
certain
a
tribes still
tribalist
to
on my
this
time.
day.
I belong to a tribe.
Okay, you belong to
The
a
word
tribe. You know what
tribalist
I'm
doesn't
saying?
mean any sense.
Yeah. It don't mean,
So-
you know what I'm saying? It don't mean, but it's different
What-
from, it goes from different clans because
What I'm
your
saying
tribe
is,
might be different than my
my
tribe. Just
tribe,
like
my
that's where, you
people.
know, because like I said, your people is what? Of the 5 civilized. So I can understand why you would think that way. That's the only thing that I'm saying. But you got to be able to look into the eyes of the other tribes that still exist, that y'all would like to say that extinct, that never was extinct, that always
so
been
there
here,
are,
and it's on documentation at the government. On you can
okay,
look us up.
you're not understanding what I'm saying, because
Okay,
you're right. There
okay,
are
go ahead,
tribes,
brother.
there are people from tribes that have existed, and those people are still around, even though they might not practice their tribal ways or have a tribal covenant anymore. They should absolutely be allowed to enter into that way of life again that was taken from them. If they are native,
A lot of
right,
people
and
never
they're
left
listen,
away from their
and
ways.
they are, if they're native, right, and
I'm not
that's who
saying that
they
they don't
are.
follow their ways, brother. I'm saying, you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they don't follow their
You're not
ways, because that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, it does, because that has to
That's
do with
because you're
your
not
tribal
rebuttaling what I'm
identity.
saying. Like, you're beating around the bush like y'all always
I'm not beating around the
do.
bush. You keep interrupting me and not
But go
letting
ahead,
me
though.
not letting me finish. So what I'm saying is, if they're native, that's who they are. Yeah, they should have recognition. They should be respected by the federal government. However, at the same time, like, my people and native peoples, we define who we are. The federal government does not define who we are.
First of all, all of you guys is up under federal funding. Second of all, you guys got to pay into taxes to a federally funded system at the end of the day. So, like, at the end of the day, yes, you is. You're a social construct. You get everything from your lodges, get funded, a non-private organization, and all of that, just like any other institution.
What are you
that's
talking
in
about?
the Americas.
Lodges. I thought we were talking about native
Right.
identity.
We're talking about all of it. We're talking about, in order you to claim your native identity, you got to be up under the 5 civilized. Other than that, you're not going to be classified as nothing. You're going to be a stowaway, just like the rest of the
that's not
400
true.
and
There
just
are
like the
many,
other 400 and something tribes that y'all choose not to talk about. You only choose to talk about the little civilized tribes.
Who's choosing not to talk about it?
Well, I'm
not
just saying,
choosing not to
brother,
talk
it's
about
like you don't say nothing about it. It's like you act like it don't exist when I'm clearly
I
trying to
never
point it
said
out.
anything like that, but you're wrong. There aren't just 5 tribes that are recognized. There's the Dene, there's the Lakota, there's the
It's like the 5 civilized nation, but it's over 575. I said in the beginning. So, like, that's what I'm telling you.
You're not
All
listening to what
together,
I'm saying.
it
I'm not
links up
saying
to
that there's
that.
only 5 that
Okay.
are recognized. So I don't understand why you're being belligerent and why you're being aggressive here. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
I'm not being belligerent. I'm just kind of passionate. So you just like, this is the way I talk, bro. I'm not really trying to be like how you put me in context to be. But at the same time, when you're talking about certain stuff that we're talking about, we can't do nothing to be passionate about it. So, like, one person might see it a different way because he's a recognized one. But I always say, what about the unrecognized ones? And then once I be trying to see what our people say about it, not the government. Our people, it seems like that they more to a colonizer's state of mind instead of even recognizing the own people that still might be parts of their tribes that
And that's what I'm saying. If people define who they are, the government doesn't define them. And so if you know who you are and you are native and your community is coming together and they are defining their way of life and their tribal practices and they're bringing it back and they have that identity, then yeah, they should be federally recognized.
And that's what I'm telling you. And it don't work like that. If it was just so easy as you said, then it won't only be 775 civilized tribes, wouldn't it? So like that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
So like
so
it's more
the
to it. People who study
civilized,
trying
you keep
and
using the
lasted.
term
I tell you,
civilized tribe
notice I
wrong.
put two extra because that's what federally civilized recognized tribes. That's
No,
what they call them.
No, the
So
term
like,
civilized tribe does not mean recognized tribe. That is a grouping of 5 tribes, just like the Iroquois Confederacy was a grouping of
they
tribes that
still
were known
part
by
of that
that land.
575. Like whenever you get done with it, they
Yeah,
still up under
but
that
you're
paranoid
equivocating
confederacy.
terms.
Like how you talking about, you can try to switch it around all you want, but see, I know
Okay,
about the quantum laws. I know
again,
about the Lenape Indians. I know about all of the.
Like,
See what I'm saying? So like once you group it all back together before it was separated, you get a bigger picture.
well, I don't think
That's the
that's
only thing
true
that I
right
was
now. You
saying.
should have came in when I was up there.
what do you mean by confederacy? You keep using the word confederacy. Who do you mean by confederacy?
The Illinois Confederacy. You said it before. You said the here. Come
Yeah,
on, man.
so
you don't act
no,
like you don't know what the hell I'm talking
No,
about.
no, I said,
But if you
I
don't
said-
know, then
I
okay,
said,
I'm not
listen,
going to educate
listen.
you. But I will
I
educate
said-
you about the Flathead Indian, the nobility tribe.
Look.
I'm gonna spell it out for you. SALISH.
No, look, you said earlier you kept saying confederacy, and I kept asking you what you meant by that. And then, yeah, I said Iroquois Confederacy later, but you've used the word confederacy many times throughout this conversation. Who are you talking
12,000 years, 600 generations, whenever you get done with it, of tribes that's unrecognized. So, like, carry on.
You didn't say anything. What does that have to do with the question I just asked you?
Like, you're not really answering questions, so why should I? It's like every time I ask you a question, you beat around the bush.
The questions
But
that
then
you're
you
trying
want
to
to
ask
ask
me
me
aren't making sense.
questions that, when I rebuttal them, you can't give me no answers. So it's kind of like,
Okay, well, you
almost
don't
like
rebuttal
around in
questions.
circles all the time. Because,
so
like, let's be
answer-
honest. Okay, let me ask you a question one time, and then you ask me a question. Okay, since it's 575 known federally recognized tribes, how many unknown recognized tribes is it?
I don't have a specific number for you. It
Thank you.
depends
Bye-bye. So, like,
it
I don't
depends
know
on
why I'm
what
even
you're
talking to you. You're
defining
not
as
even
a
qualified to talk to me.
No,
And I
we
doubt
don't
if you
know
any
exactly
type of-
how many there were because many of them were wiped out. Okay, well, don't let the door hit you on your way. Man, that guy was ridiculous. I'd use the R word, but damn, that's not considered politically acceptable these days. Like the stupidity on this app tonight, guys. And I didn't. You can't just tell by looking at somebody. So don't get me wrong, but he didn't sound native, and I got the notion that he really wasn't. Because he didn't even know what I meant by 5 civilized tribes. Anyway, it is 5:10 a.m. Let's see who else is still in here. But that was a fucking waste of my time for the past 30 minutes. I can only see 2 people in the list. I don't recognize them, so I'm going to go ahead and get going.
Oh, you want to eat? Okay, hold on. I'm coming. I'm coming. Hey, you're not gonna food off? Bastard. Hold on, buddy. I need to get some more. Sit down a second. Let me do what I'm doing. Oh, you're hungry. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Let me go back here and get something to eat for you guys. Hold on. I think you guys like this one. Hold on, babies. I'm getting you. Hold on. Get you. I'll put it in there. Here. I'm gonna see some more in there. You give you enough for breakfast? Yeah. Okay.